You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Cyclone Tauktae expected to make landfall soon on the coast of India, Gujarat, which the storm is approaching. You could say at full speed, with the wind speed inside the storm of at least 120 miles per hour. That's around 190 plus kilometers per hour sustained, with landfall expected in the next 6 hours or so. Probably sooner than that, looking at it, and you can see how close it's getting to the coast now. 50 miles is the distance to its closest point of land. That's about 80 kilometers. It's taken a slight jog, I think west initially, and then it's now gone north, but you might misconstrue that to look a little bit easterly, but generally the movement is northwards, and it will be ploughing into that area just east of Diu in the next, we're thinking the next 5 to 6 hours. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined by our rather expansive team today for what will be a full coverage of the storm as it makes landfall. I'm joined by Farhan K, Kenneth, the phone expert, and Xavier. Good afternoon, evening to you all.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes.
Wow. Good evening from here.
So we're looking at the storm's progression there on this imagery. Let's just take a look at some of the other infrared imagery here. And Kenneth, I'll go to you first because you're obviously one of our cyclone analysts. You've been watching it very closely. How has it progressed during the last 12 hours since our last live event?
Since last night, while it's expected that rapid intensification will continue, an armor replacement cycle actually kicks in at around midnight Indian time. So that leads to a quite significant weakening by at least one category. And from ASCAT, the wind size are pretty much increased by pretty much at least 15 nautical miles per quadrant. That means the destructive wind radius expanded quite a bit. That increased the area of more significant impact. Right now, it's been maintaining its intensity quite a bit as a Category 3 system with satellite estimates supporting it.
Now, we were talking about, it was covered quite extensively in the last stream that we did early this morning, Indian time, where we were talking about how it was expected to grow in size on the way out of Mumbai, and how I remarked that the wind speeds would be rising there on the backside of the storm. Kay, if you're with us right now, from what I heard earlier, that you were reporting, the wind speeds have been very significant in that area.
On the backside of the storm?
Yes.
Yes. Around 2 p.m. local time, a gust to 114 kilometers per hour was reported in Mumbai, which, to the best of our understanding, is a record in terms of highest winds in the city since the IMD began keeping records.
Wow. That must have been a long time ago.
Yes. I think they began keeping records sometime in the 50s. There may have been a cyclone in 1948 that produced higher winds, but there weren't records at the time, so we don't know.
Here's the JTWC forecast map. I assume this is still the latest. This is when they had it at 115 knots earlier today. From what I've heard, the update just came out on the ATCF. They've put it down to 100 knots. So the next forecast map from the JTWC will depict it as a 100 knot category 3, which is 115 miles per hour. And that is pretty much in line with what they were forecasting at this last graphic, with the landfall intensity just shy of category 3 status. Are we all in agreement that this storm is currently weakening?
It's hard to
Honestly,
say. It might be holding.
yeah, I'll agree that it is more or less holding this intensity. Its eye is, from what I see, it wants to clear out again as the hour replacement cycle finished.
It's the cloud tops that haven't been as high recently, isn't it?
The cloud tops aren't that oppressive, yeah, but that doesn't mean just you should cut off guard because of this short weakening trend. It's still a pretty impressive category 3 major system and should be taken very closely and seriously.
With the expansion of the wind field, does that have any implications for storm surge impacts? Will it be more widespread?
Yeah. As well as the expansion of wind may intensify the waves generated in the larger areas. The storm surge more or less is look at the central pressure estimates. Yeah. I believe a microwave imagery just came out. Yeah. And okay, continue.
Oh wait, we'll get this on the screen here. So there's a microwave image of the storm just now. What can we make of this?
Yes, this. So you can see a very significant banding here. That is pretty much the origin why Mumbai will hit 114 kilometers per hour gusts. That is probably due to this very strong arc that generating high winds and waves, and pretty much with 940's central pressure, it is very likely that storm surge like personal estimates around, I'll say at least 5 meters is possible.
Certainly that very robust southern part there, that band, that's very interesting. So that is a big feature in this storm for those in the Mumbai area as the storm draws away from there. Ahead of it is the potential landfall zone, which looks like now that it's going to be just a little bit east of Diu towards Mahuva, and possibly in between there you've got places such as Jafarabad and Pipavav. Probably will be the areas that will get very close to the center of the storm. What will the conditions be for those areas in the landfall zone now?
It is expected that based on the current trends, like around category 3 status, that landfalling areas will probably experience over 200 kilometers per hour gusts. That is very dangerous and strong, and should be any preparation should already be finished right now.
Of course. If you've got any comments or questions for us, that's also what we're here for. You can start your message with Force 13 all in text. And we're here until pretty much until the storm makes landfall. This is the last hours of the storm before it reaches land. Now, don't forget the landfall itself is really a symbolic part of storm's progress. I guess we just latch onto it, and people sort of treat it as a big event, even though the worst part of the storm will be ashore before the centre of the storm. At least the northern part of it will be. So that will be over the next few hours, but the landfall itself of the centre of the storm, we're probably looking at about 4 or 5 hours at this point. Let's try and get some extrapolations actually to see on the movement of the storm. So just to tell you, 3 hours ago, the storm was 70 miles offshore, and as of a few minutes ago, a little bit more than a few minutes, but now it's 42 miles offshore. So in 3 hours, it's travelled closer by 28. And if you were to extrapolate that, then you are looking at 5 to 6 hours before the landfall. That's assuming it goes just a little bit east of north, which it has done in the last 3 hours. Of course, if it dives back westwards, then you'll be looking at landfall occurring in about probably 4 hours. Of course, that's with the storm not accelerating. Is it still forecast to accelerate a little bit? Because I'm really not sure on what that part of the forecast says now.
The movement speed slows slightly during our replacement cycle, but it has accelerated back to probably around, as I measure, around 12 miles per hour. Yeah, it's back to movement speed around 12.
Yep, so that sounds about right. It's not going to change very much, is it?
Yeah, it probably won't change very much, and I don't think, at least it won't slow down, I'll say.
So we have some questions here. What was that system in the South Atlantic on the 13th on the cyclone tracker? That was a little interesting system that developed way down there. We designated as a subtropical storm in the end, down in the far South Atlantic. We'll have to take a proper look at that when we get some time. Will Gujarat be affected on landfall? Absolutely, that's where the storm will be making landfall. It's going to be the worst conditions from this storm that will be occurring along the coast there. As mentioned, those strong winds possibly exceeding 200 kilometers per hour, and a storm surge that could reach 3 meters, particularly up towards the northwest there into that gulf. A question: are the IMD winds 3 minutes sustained in their bulletin, while the JWC is 1 minute sustained?
The Indian Meteorological Department does do use 3 minutes sustained.
Yeah. And a question about the radar there as well. We don't have radar at the moment, do we? Not very good radar.
The Mumbai radar is
Mumbai radar is currently down. Since yesterday, around 9:15 p.m. Indian time, Mumbai radar is down, and Bridge radar can only catch a very outer band, and not pretty far from the core of the storm.
Now, those who are familiar with our streams will be used to lots of different kinds of imagery that we show. This area is a little bit more difficult, so we're not seeing as many different types of imagery as you normally would, but and unfortunately not as often updating either, so things are a little bit more slow in this part, but let's take a look back at the imagery from Farhan, and you can see it there on the INSAT satellite. Let's just see what's the most recent image on there?
The most recent image is from 5:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time.
5:30 p.m. So that's again a little while ago by this point, about 45 minutes. Although that's probably... No, I've got the exact same timestamp here, actually, so... There is a little lag. So what we are watching is basically what it looked like 45 minutes ago. So conditions will get worse before they appear to get worse on our screens.
Hello, Nathan.
Hello.
Not
I have some information from a resident of Mumbai who's been telling us what's going on in our Discord server.
Okay.
He's reporting very bad conditions, much worse than anyone was expecting, really. Reporting that the winds have been blowing doors off houses and carrying them down the streets, and that the wind is blowing the rainwater into people's houses.
Any idea is that widespread?
Given the scale of the feature that's affecting Mumbai, I'd say that's probably happening throughout much of the city.
We also have our cone that we put out not so long ago. When was this cone? And talk us through it. Whoever.
That cone was for just 15 minutes ago, actually.
Mm-hmm.
And shows the current intensity we have it at, of course. We're expecting it to roughly hold intensity until landfall. It might weaken slightly, but we still expect it to be a Category 3 or major on the Saffir-Simpson scale. After landfall, we don't expect it to weaken as quickly as cyclones do in other parts of the world, because it's not as unfavourable as other regions. The land is quite flat from a cyclone's perspective, and there's a lot of humidity inland. So this is still likely to be a cyclone a day from now. Tropical storm force winds could still be experienced 2 days from now. Within 3 days, it should have dissipated near New Delhi.
And that's why we've got a lot of inland locations scrolling across the bottom of the screen as well, because those areas could get tropical storm force winds and definitely will get significant rainfall. A lot of those locations there trending towards 100 millimeters. Some areas on the northern side of the track could see towards but over 100 millimeters in total. And there you can see Delhi at the bottom, 50 millimeters on the forecast for there. Let's see if we have some more questions. When is it going to make landfall? Well, as we mentioned, it's not far off, and it will definitely be within the next 6 hours, but we're not sure exactly when. But as soon as we get more imagery, we can start making some more calls. And what is the TCOS scale and the code red rating for Tauktae? Well, it is indeed code red, which is our highest alert level. It basically it's somewhat of an internal scale to help us plan and schedule and structure our operations. Code red is the worst, and that's why we're committed to doing as much coverage as we can for this storm impact. The way it's calculated is an algorithm based on the storm's current intensity and its forecast, the areas that it's affecting, the amount of people at risk, and how soon that is. So this is a very severe situation. It's the first code red of 2021. Even Surigay in the Western Pacific didn't get to code red when we were doing the coverage there, so it's a very serious situation.
It is a very unprecedented event, considering that a storm like this has not impacted the region in 23 years, the last storm to make landfall in Gujarat specifically being in 1998. Strong cyclone, I mean, not just any other cyclone.
We've also got Mike with us now. Good morning to you over there.
Good morning.
And I assume you've not long since woken up to see how the storm has been progressing today. Slight weakening. What are your thoughts?
Well, even though it's still weakened slightly, I still think that it's a huge risk for all those in its path, and it's showing that now apparently. So that's my thoughts, kind of.
A question there. Any chances of more intensification? Any thoughts on
At this
that?
moment, I won't rule it out. The eye in recent frames indicate it's still clearing up. And there's still a bit of convection blowing up.
Honestly, I don't think it really matters at this point. It's so close to land, it barely means anything.
A new image has just come out at my end from quarter past. That's on UTC, so that's just over half an hour ago. With the distance to land now 40 miles, that's 65 kilometers offshore. So getting closer at every satellite image. And I think the movement might be jogging back west again. Every jog matters at this point of the storm. And from that, I would suggest that the landfall area would probably be, we're probably looking very, very close to Jafarabad for a potential landfall zone, and already significant rainfall is being indicated by satellite there. These are satellite estimated rainfall in the absence of radar. You can see that some areas there are experiencing on the in the red zones. That's what's that? That's 25 millimeters of rain per hour inside those areas. Now that's just a guide. Most likely it's probably higher than that because the satellite estimated rain values are more likely to underestimate. So that's just a little indication of how much rain is falling there. And this is an interesting question, I think, for Kenneth. What was the peak of the storm? Because we've been looking back at that a little bit, as much as we can do in the limited time that we've got whilst we're monitoring it very closely. Are we thinking about taking it down a little bit from its peak intensity?
We operationally gave it 140 miles per hour and a pressure of 934 millibars P. But due to at that moment we haven't realized that it's undergoing our replacement cycle. It's likely that we'll bring down the peak to 130 miles per hour.
So when did that eye-wall replacement cycle begin?
Okay, wait a moment. I'll show this.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
We'll have a look at that shortly. But is it still ongoing?
It's from the latest SSMIS microwave that shown earlier. It's been finished.
It's finished.
Yes.
So that's why you suggest that there could be just a little bit more intensification before landfall.
Yeah. Okay.
We'll have that in just a moment. Keep sending in your questions. There was another one that came in there. What are your thoughts on the possible Gulf invest in the Atlantic coming from the Caribbean? No thoughts at the moment. It's not something that we're looking at closely yet. Certainly I'm not. I don't know about any of you guys.
I don't
We're more or less
believe
fortunate.
And they all jump up at once. Xavier, go ahead.
We're more or less trying to cover the situation with Tauktae. Of course, Tauktae has gotten our full attention, with it obviously being a code red situation and the fact that it is affecting a very large population. So we really haven't been looking into other basins, especially at the moment, especially with many of the models that have been developing that Atlantic system a little bit far off to consider it the realist of news. So more or less, it's pretty much covering the situation at hand right now, which is obviously Tauktae. its impacts and making sure that people in the path have a way to stay safe during this storm.
So, Kenneth, we're looking at your imagery now. What are we looking for in this imagery?
Yeah, so in this imagery, you can see there's a double eye wall shown at around 18 UTZ, around 12 to 2 a.m. Indian time. A double eye wall quickly formed and replaced the inner eye wall.
Yep.
And soon after, you can see the eye wall a bit ragged, but you can see the orange yellow area expanded pretty quite a bit, quite significant expansion of size, which is a
Yes.
common feature after our replacement cycle, which means the destructive winds or something also been expanded.
You definitely notice it there. There it goes. Just those last few
Yeah.
frames.
You can see a pretty apparent.
And looking at its structure right now, it would suggest to me, at least, that it's probably going to maintain until landfall. So I really think we're looking towards 115, 120 mile an hour landfall is the most likely outcome. We have some more questions that came in. I mean, people want us to speculate about how destructive the storm will be. Well, obviously we can't really say for that, and how deadly it will be. Well, hopefully it won't be very deadly if enough people take heed of the warnings. Of course, there's only so much you can do to prepare for tropical cyclones, and a storm like this, it would be unlikely to see no casualties. That's just the fact of the matter. And indeed, we already have seen, I think it was 8 yesterday, that the death toll was from this storm. So that's probably going to rise a little bit, but ensure that you take every step possible to make sure you're not one of those. But the main threats from this storm will be significant. Flooding, rain, that storm surge that could reach 3 meters, and those very strong winds that could exceed 185 kilometers per hour sustained. More questions. How much will it affect Porbandar? Now, I was looking at that. It does show up every so often on the bottom of your screen. It's just on the very edge of some rainfall right now. I expect that you'll probably get gusty winds, but probably not sustained tropical storm. Not quite. It'll be close. As for rainfall, I think it's going to be... I've lost track of what it is over there now. It'll be towards the lower end. So it's just going to appear on the bottom of the screen in a minute, so I'm stalling just to see what we had it down for. 20 millimeters, so that's quite low, and 52% chance of tropical storm force winds, so it's very borderline in that area. So that's something to watch out for. Storm surge will be less on the western side. The eastern side will be getting it mostly, and that's because of the way the storm's spinning. What are our thoughts on the upcoming Bay of Bengal cyclone? Has anyone been monitoring that? And that might be news to some people as well. There was a...
Well, it seems like that's gonna be quite, there are strong signals for it. And it does seem like it's gonna be like reverse of what happened last year. Last year the activity happened first in the Bay of Bengal and in the Arabian Sea. And then this year perhaps it's the opposite. Activity first kicks off in the Arabian Sea and then the Bay of Bengal.
Yes, now, I know I was looking at the GFS model earlier. It's talking about possibility of a significant tropical cyclone that forms in the Andaman Sea in about just over a week. We've not marked it yet because it's still too far out, but that's something to consider going forward, and suggestions from the model that it will probably affect Myanmar more than anywhere else. So that's something that we're still going to have to look forward and think about. But all we can really do on that at the moment is speculate. Right now, the actual situation is this Category 3 tropical cyclone that's going to make landfall later this evening along the coast of Gujarat. We think it's going to be just east of Diu. And that's a blue screen. That's still Farhan's screen. I apologise, I was showing you that there. But let's take a look back at the latest satellite imagery. Once again, these are the latest frames. And there's that last one, which is interesting, just showing that it's wobbled a little bit westward again, and we have these wobbles all the time in tropical cyclones, but it looks to me as though that north-northwest movement might continue, and that we might be looking at a landfall at the closest possible point of land, pretty much, and that would be just east of Diu. Now, if I was to do some estimates, so we're saying that the storm right now is moving at what speed?
Around 12 miles per hour.
So 12 miles per hour. As of nearly an hour ago, it was 40 miles offshore. So we'll take off 10 because it's nearly an hour, so 30 miles. You're actually looking at between 2 and 3 hours from now if it was to make a beeline for the coast. So it is getting close. Do you think the hurricane force winds will be occurring along the coast right now, or is it still a little early?
I think it's a little bit early for right now. I mean, gale force wind field, it's definitely not as large. If you want to take a little history into this system, when it first formed, we had in a very expansive wind field with tropical storm force winds extending well over 200 nautical miles to the southern quadrant. Of course, due to shear, that wind field was very limited to its northern quadrant. And as it got itself balanced in terms of its wind field, as shear decreased and it became more of a classic tropical cyclone here in the North Indian Ocean, that wind field did decrease. And as of last night, I did believe this went down to less than 100 nautical miles in my quadrants, except for the southeast. Yeah, from the 6Z fix, it was only going tropical storm force winds 70 nautical miles to the northeast, 80 to the northwest, 90 to the southwest, and 130 to the southeast. So I really don't think that the hurricane force or Category 1 cyclone force winds are occurring over parts of India right now.
This again is the JTWC warning map for the storm right now. Just trying to move it. There it is. So this was still a little bit out of date now. Their next forecast cone will be coming out shortly. But just to answer a question or two that came in earlier about when it's expected to dissipate, JTWC thinks it will be on the 19th. They think it will die off on approach to New Delhi. It won't get that far before it dissipates. That they think it will remain a tropical storm until the early hours of that'll be Wednesday, and could remain, as we saw on the Force 13 cone earlier, could remain a significant hurricane strength storm for a little while. Just to bring you back to that Force 13 cone that was put out not so long ago, that is pretty current. So we should probably show that one more, and that is what we're expecting, a gradual decrease in winds as the storm moves inland. But until then, we are looking at Category 3, which is 115 to 120 miles per hour we're expecting for landfall. That's around 190 kilometers per hour sustained with higher gusts. Does anyone want to make any other remarks on the cone whilst we're looking at it?
So we are, of course, approaching that landfall that has been, of course, long awaited. And obviously, as once it makes landfall, we're still expecting Category 3. Might be slightly weaker, but regardless, we're still looking at about 115 mile an hour landfall, 120 maybe, when it makes a later landfall. It's definitely not something to take lightly at all. And as Kay did mention previously, due to the flat land and nature of the land, it's not going to weaken as fast as many of the other Indian Ocean storms that we've seen. which means this could very well last as a cyclone for the next 2 days, I should say, 48 hours before dissipating by New Delhi or south of New Delhi by the day 3 mark. So we still got another about 2 or 3 days of this storm left, but it is going to be a very long 2 to 3 days for parts of India as they have to deal with this system and the impacts it brings. Of course, the main ones is probably going to be rainfall, as we're still looking at significant amounts of rainfall that have already been seen in parts of southwestern India, of course, with Kerala, and then, of course, as parts of western India, and, of course, as that landfall zone that is going to be seeing some significant rainfall as well. And then,
Now,
of
hold
course, you
on a
have the
minute. Sorry, I'm just looking at latest satellite image with this new frame on the infrared. Looks like the storm. What is it doing there?
I'll post another more recent satellite imagery. That should be 20 minutes old.
Which one? The one that's been posted there?
Here.
We're just trying to get another image. Okay, that looks quite a bit different than what we're looking at. It's interesting. This is this image. What do you think's going on there? Because what we were looking at there in that infrared imagery, it looked like the southwestern side is really... And it's looking increasingly to me like there's a big gap there now.
Yeah, the ring, the width of the ring is still a bit thin, but the convection are pretty deep around the arc that's around -75 degrees, and the ice clearing now still -20s. But you can see the eye is, you can see the better shape of the eye, and despite the cloud debris still exists near the eye, at the eye, yeah.
Now, Ryan Knack has just posted, one of our other members, into the into our little room there, about satellite merged microwave derived rainfall. So that is a snapshot of the rain rate according to microwave, I think. Those are quite low numbers, actually.
Yeah, I think the numbers probably higher. I sure the numbers, especially the core, should be way higher.
Yeah, that's only depicting 10 millimeters per hour, so I'm not sure what to make of that. We know that it's delivering a lot of rain because it already has in the Mumbai region. Now let's go back to that imagery again. So just eyeballing this satellite imagery, it just looked like in the latest frames there, the southwestern side is falling apart a little bit, but still round the other sides, the cloud top's staying fairly strong. So certainly still got that ring there, and maybe looks can be deceiving. But what I am also noticing there in the latest image is real expansion of cloud tops in the band to the south, and that could be causing more significant rainfall accumulations along the coast there. So that's possibly something to watch out for more than anything in the Mumbai region. Let's see if there's some more questions at this point. We just received a comment saying that we should start an India regional channel. Well, who knows, one day. But we'll just continue here on our international channel at the moment. When is the storm going to dissipate approximately? So we're probably looking at within 72 hours. Within 3 days. And you can send in your questions as well whilst we're on the air. We're here until the storm makes landfall, which looks like it's going to be around 3 hours. But we're still not fully sure exactly when it's going to be. We may not get confirmation for a while until a little bit after the storm makes landfall that it actually has done. And if you've got any observations on the ground, we'd really love to hear that as well, not just for our benefit, but possibly for the benefit of others who are in the chat or who are watching. It may be important to them to know the information in various places. Let's see what else we've got right now. Nothing at the moment. So we will now go to an image from the phone expert showing some distances. And there you can see 76 kilometers from, I think that's Diu there. So just another look at how the storm is continuing to approach land. A question from Michael: could it be dry air causing the gap?
Well,
I think it could be because it is nearing land, and as you get closer to land, there's going to be way more dry air than usual. I also think that it's a mix of land interaction with the main CO, the central dense overcast, and the storms failing to compensate for that southwestern side since the northern side has weakened some.
And that was to be expected. We were looking at a drop of relative humidity. We did peak 24 hours ago, and that has been on a steady drop since. And that drop is going to be staying, so that is going to be a conflicting factor against Tauktae as it continues its path into land. So, and of course, we have now going into an area with cooler sea surface temperatures, still conducive for development, but of course, it's not giving it as much of an upper hand as it was previously with those 30 to 31 degrees Celsius waters.
Just getting a latest distance estimate for the storm now. We anticipate that as of past, and that's UTC time, we know that in India it's UTC plus 5.5 hours. So this would be as of, let's see, trying to work this out, 6 p.m. Indian time. The center of the storm looks like it was located 40 miles offshore, 42 miles off Jafarabad, and also 42 miles from Diu, so literally headed for possibly somewhere in between those 2 points. So 42 miles, that's about 70 kilometers, a little bit less, so it is closing in. A question there, what is the probable maximum gusty winds at the time of landfall? So we're expecting 115 mile per hour sustained winds at least, and you would expect that maybe the gusts would be in the order of 130 miles per hour, or maybe even slightly more, so you could be looking at over 200 and probably 210 kilometer per hour gusts, just as a general rule, but of course with gusts they can vary wildly. So we're hearing quite a few things in the chat just then, but that's interesting to see. What will be the wind speed in Ahmedabad is another question there. We're expecting, let's see, probably minimal tropical storm conditions there. So around 65 kilometers per hour winds at worst. You'll get higher gusts though. Another question there, since dry air prompts weakening when Tauktae makes landfall, are there any other conflicting factors that may lead to weakening? Well, the obvious is land interaction, because that's happening anytime now. But what we were also looking at yesterday was wind shear and how it was dropping. Do we know what the current wind shear values are?
Let me check quickly.
Because that was a big part of the puzzle in forecasting this storm yesterday, wasn't it?
Yeah. That increased the difficulty of prediction. How far it would go. But in fact, in which we end up, it isn't shear that makes the prediction more difficult, but our replacement cycle do.
Yep. We're now also joined by Ethan. Hello.
It's not
Hello,
high.
Nathan.
Sorry about that, Kenneth. Hello, Ethan. Now, we've not seen you during this storm so far, but it's nice to have you on board. What do you make of it?
Not much really at the moment, but it was looking. I saw yesterday that it was looking particularly interesting. Didn't really have a full clear eye per se, but it managed to peak as a Category 4, which really surprised me yesterday because I thought that it was going to get maybe up to minimal Category 4, but no, it got up to actually 140 miles an hour, and I'm hearing some
Well, we
rumors.
think, but our analysis team have actually gone back and put that down again in retrospect.
But I'm hearing some rumors that it might be intensifying a little bit right now.
It's hard to tell. You see the second last frame there is what I was looking at where it looked like it might have been dying off a little bit, and then that last frame, it's all of a sudden back again, so I don't know what's going on with it. Some minus 70s in the eye wall now on the northwestern side, that's overland, so that's building back. That's a very interesting latest frame. It's unfortunate that we don't have more rapid imagery scans.
I did hear that the storm underwent an eye wall replacement cycle, very brief eye wall replacement cycle last night. So, luckily that helped weaken the storm a little bit, but that still won't lessen the impact. It looks to be making landfall in about, I'd say, 4 hours from now, around there, east of Una, maybe south of Radula, maybe.
Yeah, I think it could be a little less than that.
Could be.
And Kay in chat there, you heard Kay earlier on, I think, has just remarked that it's a big eye clearing out.
It's going to be interesting to see whether the eye clears out fully before it makes landfall or not. I think it might not have enough time to do it.
It's not got much time. Another question, when will it slow down?
I wouldn't say it's really going to slow down at all. It's really going to maintain this sort of pace. It's moving right now to the north around 9 miles an hour. And I'd assume that it's going to, for the next 12 hours or so, it's going to be pretty much moving directly up to the north. But after that landfall, it's going to make a gradual turn towards the northeast and rapidly weaken as it moves inland. So the system should be gone, I'd imagine, this time in 2 days.
I think Walter is with us now as well. You made the cone earlier, but you've got something else to show us, I think.
Yes, this is just a video from Twitter. You can see the storm surge already affecting the coast already. You can see the water is pouring in.
That's Mumbai, is it?
Yeah, this is in Mumbai. Yeah.
That's very interesting to see, and you can certainly see it happening there. This
There's
is
more. Oh, okay.
This is what's going to be happening all along the coast from Mumbai northwards all the way around to Gujarat, as far as Viraval, most likely. Significant storm surge, especially up the Gulf to the east, of which I keep forgetting its name, Kambat Gulf, I believe. You could be looking in excess of 3 meters storm surge up there.
Yeah, in particular, Nathan, I think that the area of Kambat might get significant storm surge, I think.
There's some more videos about in Mumbai. You can see the weather is really deteriorating rapidly now.
Oh, absolutely. Heavy rainfall will be continuing there for some time.
Also, in this video, you can see the wind is already blowing off the rain. And you can see the rain going sideways to indicate that the storm is really affecting most of the region right now.
very clear to see all that there. So that is just an idea of what's going on in the Mumbai area in the last few hours. As I'm sure many of you are aware. Let's see if we've got some more questions just now. Rainfall intensity to be more before the eye makes landfall or after the eye makes landfall, I think the question is. We've got a phone call here. Where'd that come from?
I'm not entirely sure what the rainfall predictions are, Nathan, but I'm sure that we're going to be seeing a lot of rainfall as the storm pushes inland. Just going to have a look on the models now to see
Well,
what.
no, we're talking about wasn't it something like, I think it's 300 millimeters of rain near the landfall zone or something like that now. But it appears with what's happened in Mumbai that models have been underestimating this, so you might want to add a bit onto that.
Now with the storms to be headed into, I imagine, more mountainous terrain, so could we perhaps be seeing higher rainfall as the storm pushes inland?
It's not mountainous for a good while yet.
The reason why Mumbai situation is being underestimated by models is because after the iron replacement cycle, there's a outer band that develops significantly, in which this is what models did not anticipated, and with this very strong arc of band, this makes Mumbai situation very worse.
A question, a rather curious question. Will it damage a 180-foot statue? I've never dealt with statues before, so I have no idea.
I don't think so, but I'm not sure about that.
Very specific question. I find that rather interesting.
That actually depends on the volume of the statue. I think if the base is stable enough, that it may not fall.
And what's the ground wind speed and gust report? I mean, we haven't heard much about what the actual what the strongest winds recorded have been yet. Does anyone have any idea on that?
I know that we did have, not in the landfall area, but I know that we did have a record-breaking gust earlier today and reported in Mumbai.
Yep, we spoke about that towards the top of the program. What was it, 114 kilometers per hour?
Yep.
I believe so.
And was that a gust or a sustained wind?
That's
I'm
114.
gust.
What's that? Gust.
Yeah, gust of 114. That's gust.
Let's see what else we've got in the comments here as well. Will this be the last live stream on Tauktae? From us, I assume you mean? Well, we hope so. I mean, that means that the storm would be dying off and we wouldn't have to do another live stream, but it doesn't look like it will be, because we already are planning to do another live tropical weather bulletin tonight at 5:30 a.m. Indian time tomorrow morning. Just more of a comment there. The Doppler in Mumbai is again damaged, so we are not getting updates here. We figured as much. Will the storm have enough strength to travel as a low pressure till New Delhi? It definitely can. And probably will. Let's see if I've just got a new image that we can figure out. The eye definitely is opening more. You might not be able to see it very much on this sequence because it's more it covers a longer period of time, but I can tell you that it does look like it's expanding out, but it does look like there's a significant weakness towards the southern side. Anyway, right now it's still about 40 miles off land. That's about 65 kilometers. At its current speed of motion, it will probably make landfall in about 3 hours. And Walter also showing us some imagery again there of the satellite. Very curious appearance in that latest image.
Yeah, actually, it is. You can see the eye has covered itself. I think.
The more recent imagery frame has come out, which is 13 UTC, 6:30 p.m. Indian time.
Oh, look at that.
The eye's pretty rapidly clearing itself, and the latest eye temperature measurement from Meteosat is negative 5 degrees Celsius.
Negative 5. And a question there, is the eye roll replacement cycle done? We said that earlier that it was finished, wasn't it?
Yeah, it's indeed finished.
And there's the image on this, this scope as well.
Clearing out pretty well, which is even more worrying.
Walter, you've got that newest frame there as well. That looks interesting.
Yes, it was at 13 UTC to prove that kind of saying that the eye has cleared out. You see a little.
So, yep. Is this a sure sign of intensification then?
Given that it still have several hours out of sea, it may be.
And Farhan,
We're
you've
currently doing 2 to 3 hours intensity analysis, and we'll keep monitoring the intensity closely.
Farhan, you just did an article on the website, right? I think that's what you were doing as you were going.
Actually, the one who wrote that is actually Justin, one of our members of the PhD. He's also members of the web team, but he does not have difficulties in uploading it to the website himself. So I do it for him. Usually Preston would do that as the web team head, but he's currently out from his computer, so I have to step in and do that for him.
That's an update on this as well, is it?
Yes, it is. It is an update on the current situation.
So we have it in all formats.
Justin has done.
Go ahead. Well, I was going to say we have it on.
He mentioned some report from some weather station.
What's that about? Which part are we looking at here? So as it said there before, 114 kilometers per hour recorded in Mumbai. A station in North Konkan recorded winds of up to 100 kilometers per hour. More than 150,000 people in low-lying areas in the states mentioned above there have already been moved to shelters. Rescue operation operated by Indian Navy, as 2 barges with 410 people are adrift. We did hear about that before we started today's event. There are 2 barges. There is a rescue operation underway. But show us back to that imagery again, Farhan, so we can take a look at how the storm's been looking, because it looked like an interesting perspective you've got there. It quite clearly shows the centre popping out again, I think. Yes. And it's hard to tell exactly what the motion is of the storm there on that imagery. It looked like on the other images we were looking at that it moved a little bit north again, but this would show, I'm not sure, I can't quite call it.
I believe it's a bit northwest from what I'm seeing here.
We have some more questions. What is the diameter of the storm right now? I can tell you the diameter of significant rainfall west to east is approximately about 400 kilometers.
As per the latest GTWC warning, they're due to update in about an hour and a half from now. But they had the radius of tropical storm force winds extending out 155 nautical miles in the northeast quadrant, 145 in the southeast, 120 in the southwest, 135 in the northwest. So that's not too big, but that's not too small at the exact same time.
Just reel those numbers off again.
Northeast 155, southeast 145, southwest 120, northwest 135.
So northeast to southwest, that's about 280 nautical miles. So yeah, that's about the same as the rain profile, really. So you're looking around 400 kilometers, the diameter of both the gale force winds and significant rain.
Now, Nathan, would you say that is small for a tropical cyclone on this size, or pretty standard?
Yeah, it's quite small. Certainly for a storm of this strength. You would expect a little bit bigger, but it was smaller still earlier. IMD has warned... Oh, I've just lost that message. There it is. IMD has warned for more heavy rains in Mumbai. Why is Mumbai getting so much rain? Is it just being in the wrong place for that IWA replacement cycle, Kenneth, as you were alluding to earlier?
Yeah. During the later stages of our replacement cycle, may I switch back to infrared?
Where are we going to here?
Okay. So, okay, let me continue.
On screen.
So, in later stages of our replacement cycle, a significant bending arc developed at the southern side, moving to southeastern side, and this is, you can see this arc, and this makes a very big gale radius. This causes especially big wind radius at the southeastern quadrant, and brings such very worse situation near Mumbai, with a very significant rainfall or something. This very special arc way south of the system. In the spiral rain band, not at the core.
Now you look at the centre of the storm in that latest frame. There's two black bands on the northwestern side. Is that a double feature, or is it just what is that?
This on the one southwest of the core, probably it will continue to rotate through it and develop somewhat develop as what I predict, and move as it moves eastward, and it will somewhat develop, continuing quite a strong band at the southeastern side will keep rotating, and the recent blast near the CDO pretty much is a sign of it's continuing to intensify, doing its last resort in before it makes landfall.
Yes, rather is, and we'll see whether it gains any intensity from that. More questions. What is the CDPS for Tauktae, since it is not only done with IWA replacement cycle, but is also close to landfall? We've been calculating CDPS. Admittedly, I've not been looking very closely at that. Does anyone know where we're up to with that? Was it stage 7?
The latest.
Stage 6.
Stage 6, yeah.
Stage 6 in Gujarat, India.
So stage 6, that's still pretty immense. I think that's the catastrophic category.
Yeah, catastrophic. Stage 5 is devastating. Stage 6 to 8 is catastrophic.
Now stage 5 and 6 are devastating. Stage 7, that is catastrophic.
Anyway, bad is the operative word,
Regardless,
I would
it's
say,
still a significant situation.
for
Yes.
the whole thing. What is the temperature of the eye right now? So we had a -5 earlier, didn't we? Do we have any update?
Not much has changed, as I recall. Not much has changed. Still roughly
Okay.
that number.
And just to do another readout, yep, the eye is still 40 miles offshore as of the latest information. So sometimes you get this when it appears to do a little stalling motion just for an hour or so. Sometimes it's part of a very tight loop that you barely even see, and it looks like it's stalling, and then it might just propel itself into land after that. It's getting very close with the highest cloud tops around the main part of the eye already over land, with -70s extending inland now. Southeast side as well, with some -70s there in the cloud tops. We talk about the cloud top temperatures because the higher the temperatures usually means that the higher the cloud tops physically are in the atmosphere, and quite often, not always, but generally the rule is that they produce more rainfall, but they are also a sign of intensification in tropical cyclones, especially ones with an eye structure. A question: is there a current map of isobars in this area? That's something we've not really looked at.
Unfortunately, there's no synoptic chart showing isobar for this basin, for the whole Indian Ocean, but only models do have some varying isobar pattern.
Yeah, I'm just having a little look to see if I can find any, but I don't think so. What would people expect to see on such a graphic if they were looking at this storm right now and its influences? Is it still that big high pressure to the northeast? What has become of that, by the way? Because we were talking about that being an element that would push the storm further towards the west, but we stopped hearing about that a couple of days ago. I assume it has just stayed steady. Let's see if there's another question, unrelated question. Are we going to make 2009 Western Pacific version 2? Well, I've no idea on that one, but we do make storm animations as well. That's where we first got our name, actually. That was how we started out way back in 2011. Now it's our 10th year of operation, but doing storm coverages has been a much bigger part of our work in more recent years. So I've no idea what they're up to. That's our animation team. But let's just stay on topic with the storm approaching land. And we've just got a new frame on my end as well, just getting a latest Go ahead.
We've just gotten a new microwave pass, and it suggests that maybe we're having another eyewall replacement cycle, maybe.
Oh my. Let's get this on the screen. Kenneth, your thoughts?
Unfortunately, this is an edge pass. We can nowhere see what's wrong with the western side. At the time of the pass is 1303.
So that's half an hour ago, roughly.
Because of the recent clearance of the eye, I don't think that there may be another eye replacement cycle. I think that it's the roping of the eye, which further proves the eye is roughly clearing out. That's what I'm thinking. I don't think there will be another eye replacement cycle yet again, because it's very unlikely to have two of these in a very short period of gap.
Very true. Will the cyclone affect Pakistan? Its effects are expected to be minimal. The areas I would say that are most vulnerable are the areas that jut into India the most, that are very close to the border. I'm not fully familiar with the area, but basically southeast and east of Hyderabad is probably going to be the area that would get most affected, but even so, probably not very much. Rainfall estimates will be modest, wind speeds will probably only get a little bit gusty. But it has been a close run thing for some time, because on several occasions models did want pretty much the storm to strike Karachi, but obviously that is not occurring, as the reality proves. More questions. According to the ECMWF, there's a possibility that Yas would form in the Bay of Bengal by next week, and our thoughts on this. Yep, multiple models picking up on that. A little bit early to say, though.
I wouldn't name it just yet. I wouldn't do that.
Well, yes, let's not do the pre-naming. But that's something to watch for next week, that's for sure. So if you've just joined us, this is the latest on Cyclone Tauktae, which is a Category 3 approaching the coast of Gujarat in India. The storm is drawing ever closer. It's now approximately 40 miles offshore. That's 65 kilometers. That's the center of the eye. It is expected or estimated that the edge of the eye is probably about 25 miles offshore. So people will start to see the edge of the eye in some of those select locations, possibly in about 2 hours.
I will say though, just having a look on the satellite imagery, unfortunately, it does look like that the structure of the overall storm is improving. So maybe we're seeing some slight intensification as it comes into landfall, which is very unfortunate.
You can see that on the infrared. It's the -70s blowing up a little bit more, especially on the western semicircle, and the eye becoming better defined. Those two latest frames say quite a bit.
Now I wonder if this storm will gain any intensity at all, though, because it might not have enough time.
I mean, that is a thing. But then on many other occasions we've seen storms that have managed to intensify a little bit just as they make landfall.
We'll have to wait and see.
Plenty of examples of that.
My current hope is that the storm doesn't intensify at all and actually weakens as it comes in land due to land interaction, but it doesn't look to be the case.
To reiterate, the most significant problems from this storm will be potentially a 3-meter storm surge extending east from the landfall location into the Kambat Gulf, and possibly even higher surges in that Gulf, the inlet areas. And of course, as we saw on imagery not long ago, storm surge already breaking over areas that water shouldn't be in Mumbai as well. So basically anywhere along the coast from Mumbai to Viraval in Gujarat will experience potentially a substantial storm surge, and they can be deadly, as well as the heavy rainfall, which we've been looking a lot of as well, persistent as well, could be reaching the order of 300 or 400 millimeters in total. And of course the winds, which are currently around 190 kilometers per hour sustained, and higher gusts, and that is probably going to maintain up until landfall, if not stronger. Let's go over to Farhan.
There are some images of the various rescue operations the Indian Navy did throughout today.
Yep. So that's any idea where that is? Just says the west coast. So,
Northwest of Mangalore,
oh wow, so that's,
Karnataka.
yeah, much further south then.
Bangalore.
So
It's
that's
not from the situation in Mumbai, so that's unknown for now.
But it is sort of associated with the storm because there was all that heavy weather that was occurring down there. But is that like now still? Is that was that today?
Yes, it just says 17th of May here. 17th of May of morning today actually, so 12 hours ago.
Yes. And we hear, that there are rescue operations underway in the where the storm is right now. 2 barges, most notably, from what we've heard, are adrift. If you have any questions for us, you can send them in. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up big and bright for us. You can also send in your observations, as long as it's safe to do so in your area. If you're in the vicinity of the storm, we'd love to hear from you, and it may well be a valuable service for others by relaying that information. Let's see what else we're seeing. The question, a comment there. Tauktae, then another cyclone with another storm over the Arabian Sea. India isn't getting respite anytime soon. Well, that's what the models were talking about. Some of them were suggesting that yes, there would be another cyclone like this that would happen in a few weeks or a couple of weeks from now. But we're really not sure about that one. More confidence in the one in the Bay of Bengal, the Andaman Sea, which could develop next week. Let's look back once again at the imagery from Farhan over there, showing us again the latest imagery from INSAT 3DR, showing the progress of the storm there in those latest images. Getting very close to the coast now.
Yeah, it is getting very close. I think the eye wall, if you will be touching down in about 30 minutes, I'd say, judging from this imagery.
It's interesting to just watch, because on that imagery it depicts it getting closer, obviously, but on my imagery it's showing that it hasn't really moved much closer at all in the last hour. Pretty much exactly the same place, so that's something I'm a little bit confused by. Maybe it's just the depictions, I'm not sure.
INSAT 3DR2 update occur about each 10 to 15 minutes, I suppose to half an hour in regular INSAT 3D. So that's that.
Yeah, it's pretty regular, that's for sure. Let's see what else we have right now. It is picking up wind here at Vadodara in Gujarat. That is one of the locations that could receive significant tropical storm conditions. The pressure in Dewey is at 980 millibars or 28.97 inches. I think that's DU. So that is interesting. So, Kenneth, maybe that's interesting news for you to know that the pressure is 980 millibars, about 46 miles from the center.
Oh, okay. May I have more information? Where does it come from?
No idea. Just
I want to know if
that's a DU.
If that means sea level pressure, I can probably do more. Well, okay.
Sure.
I'll do this analysis shortly. Stay tuned.
Another unrelated comment mentioned there, but we'll read it. The extended GFS model is going nuts in the Western Pacific, showing different superstorms developing and dying. Now, I'm not sure there'll be superstorms. Let's just have a look. What are we going on about there? There's
I
probably going
actually
to be a
got
typhoon or two.
I actually got the GFS model in my live stream.
All right. All right, so I'll have a little quick look over here.
So in about around 84, 72, around 3 to 4 days later, there's a low pressure system above the Philippines, and apparently it will stall.
Hmm.
And in around, we're reaching the medium models, and it shows that it will pass, go in the South China Sea and hit Vietnam.
And
In
you can
around,
also see on that graphic that Andaman Sea storm. Making landfall probably with hurricane force winds in Myanmar.
I would just like to point out that
but it was,
both
yeah,
the
both systems were quite far away in time.
Ethan?
I would just like to point out that both the storm that moves into the South China Sea and the Bay of Bengal system are both on the Euro run as well. So there's some model agreement there.
That's
Yeah,
rather unfortunate.
but this is still medium range, and things could still change regarding the computer models.
If sensors stays for the next day or two, then we could probably start looking more into it. But at the moment, it is just simply something that appears on a model, and that should be that.
This image was posted in one of our discussion rooms, but I want to show it because of how nice it looks. This is an image that Xavier posted earlier of that late visible image of the storm. Was that very recent, Xavier?
Well, that was taken around since that was 9:27. I posted that here. I think that was towards 9:15, so almost an hour ago. I could get a new one. But of course, that was during sunset.
Yeah, but that's just a wide shot there of an idea of how the storm would look and does look from space. The late visible imagery. Fascinating. Let's see what else we have right now. Not much just at the moment. Is there any other storms and areas of interest to monitor around the world? There's a few. We've got, I'll advise you to wait until the tropical weather bulletin tonight, which is 5:30 a.m. Indian time tomorrow morning, where we'll be having another sweep around the whole world. You can watch our last tropical weather bulletin that we did at the same time this morning, which had a little information on everything else. There's a comment here that we are assuming winds at 195 kilometers per hour, whereas the local news channels say that winds will be at 160 kilometers per hour. Why so much variation? I would imagine that news channels are probably sticking very closely to the official advice from IMD, which are lower.
Yeah, they're sticking to IMD estimates.
And of course they use a different way of estimating as well with 3-minute winds, so that's a very important thing that we have to point out, that we tend to use 1-minute winds internationally, and that brings higher numbers than what you would normally be used to seeing. All about calculations and conversions and all that. Let's see what else we have right now. Is the cyclone gone from Mumbai? Well, it's going. There could still be some significant rainfall coming in shortly, though.
I heard there's still rain going, yes.
And Do we think that Nova Scotia could experience a severe tropical cyclone with sea surface temperatures above average? You can never rule it out, but it's somewhat rare to see that. But now let's continue with the latest satellite imagery as what we're looking at. Let me try and get another estimate. We'll be taking a short break in a moment. And yeah, still about 40 miles the storm's eye is from land. Let's go back to the imagery from Farhan right now. Any new frames there? It looks like it's getting better on that imagery for sure.
It is now getting to 7 p.m. Indian Standard Time.
So you can see the profile of the storm once again and its influence, which extends throughout most parts of Gujarat at this point. And a question there as well, the meteorological meaning of chance of gales. Well, that's the percentage chance that we've got on the bottom of our screen for receiving 65 kilometer per hour sustained winds or higher. And what caused this storm to be way weaker than expected at landfall? I wouldn't quite say way weaker, but a little bit. Well, any thoughts on that before we go to a break?
That's due to our replacement cycle around 16 hours ago, where it's weakened a storm by at least one category, but that also means the wind size will at least expand by somewhat around at least 10 to 20%, some maybe even more. And this is exactly the case. As it finishes our replacement cycle, it will gain its intensification phase. As right now, it's still intensifying as I continues the clearing out.
Okay, well, we're going to take a short break here, gather ourselves again, because I felt we were running out of steam a little bit there, but we will be back with the latest on this storm, with landfall approaching around 40 miles offshore and getting closer. We'll be back with you in a few minutes. Stay tuned. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Cyclone Tauktae is still lurking off the coast of Gujarat. We're expecting landfall later this evening, current time in India 7:30, and we're expecting landfall probably before 10 o'clock and maybe by 9 o'clock. We're not sure exactly when just yet, but that's around the ballpark figure of what time we're looking at for the landfall of this storm, which is edging closer and closer, around 40 miles away, which is 65 kilometers from the closest point of land, and drawing nearer, of course, all the time. Now, this storm is currently packing winds of around 120 miles per hour and a pressure of 944 millibars, which has been indicated by our analyst team, and we're expecting it to at least maintain its intensity and possibly strengthen just a tiny bit before reaching land. My name's Nathan Foy. In this hour, we're joined by Farhan, Walter, Ethan, Kenneth, the phone expert, Xavier, and Mike. Good evening to most of you. I know that you're all in different time zones. Let's first take a look at Farhan. I think you've got something for us, if I'm not mistaken. Oh, no, we don't want that playing again. Hold on. That's a train. What's going on over there? Is that effects from the storm?
Well, let me play again here. Yes, the winds are carrying the roof off.
Yes. Is that Mumbai?
Ferry Kevadia railway station. No idea where that is.
So that's another look at what's going on over there right now with wind damage. Looks like it's being reported there, along with the remarkably heavy rain that's occurring, and potentially that 3-meter storm surge that could be occurring when the storm makes landfall. Areas east of the center of the landfall zone, all the way up that gulf, the Gulf of Kambat, and along the coast downwards then towards Mumbai, we'll get a significant storm surge. We saw Mumbai in the last hour, which is getting the shore front getting smothered by waves, as you would expect, with certainly a modest storm surge, but it will be worse further towards the north into that big gulf and inlets associated with it. Let's now take a look at some imagery from Walter's screen. You're showing us some more INSAT imagery. Farhan, you also had that up just then, but here's another view of it right now. And I wonder if you could... were you talking about eye temperatures during the break?
Oh yeah, the eye temperature. This is the new image, and from the image, I've figured out some eye temperature of a pixel of eye temperature going to positive 21 degrees Fahrenheit, which is around, I don't know what that is.
-6 Celsius.
Yeah, -6.
7. I calculated that. That's -7.
Okay, so we can see some new developments. And in
someone's enjoying themselves in the background, by the way.
Oh, sorry.
So -6 degrees, so that's warming.
that is
Now,
indeed warm.
Kenneth, do we think it's the case that the eye temperature was always at this temperature and we haven't been able to see it on satellite, or is this a new development here?
I do agree that the temperature maintains around -5 to -10 degrees Celsius. That's the case around these temperature and remain constant in the last hour.
I'm still not getting any clear-cut indications that it's moving towards the coast yet. We know it's lingering just off there at 40 miles distance, but I'm not getting any indications that it's moved in the last hour, getting towards an hour and a half now. Here's another view. This is what I've been looking at predominantly, and you can see how the movement has just, well, it's just hit a roadblock. It's stopped for a moment. We think it will move again, because usually this, generally that will happen. It might just be a tight loop that it's done, or a series of tight loops that it's just done in a couple of hours. That sometimes happens, and then it propels itself into the coast of Gujarat towards the north, so close to land it wouldn't take much of a push to make that landfall. That of course makes predicting the landfall time all the trickier, with not so very stable movement. In 1 hour you could get movement of 15 miles, the next hour it could be 0, and the hour after that it could be another 15 miles. So we're still looking at probably a minimum of 2 hours until landfall. As always, if you've got any comments or questions for us during our stream, this is our landfall coverage of this storm. We will be here until at least then. Start your message with Force 13 in the comments section of our YouTube stream live, and we'll be able to get rapid responses to that. And also anything on the ground that you can report, that is part of our service too, and I think it's very important that we do that to deliver all the information that's available to us regarding what's going on the ground. Apparently, a wind gust of 94 miles per hour has been reported. I don't know if anyone can substantiate that. Now, Kenneth, you were looking at that pressure reading earlier. We had 980, I think it went down to 979 at DU, and that is approximately 43 miles from the storm center now.
Okay. Okay. So let me open that SCOMER file. It gone down a bit. 79 kilometers. Okay. So
what Kenneth is doing right now is calculating based on that parameter what just that little bit of data will help us ascertain what the actual strength in the center of the storm is a little bit better than what we're currently doing, which is sort of guessing, really. That's what all the agencies do when they've only got the satellite observations.
Yeah, what I do to the surface observation usually is to apply SCOMER equation to extrapolate it to the central pressure, and then derive it, and use the pressure to derive the winds by CKZ equation. And using surface observation, that's how we analyze the storm operationally and even for post analysis.
Mm-hmm. A question: can the storm shift direction towards the northeast as it is trying to stop and go in a loop? Yes, I suppose it could go northeast, but I wouldn't say it would go very far to the northeast. It's pretty, I would say it's pretty assured that it's going to make landfall on that western landmass peninsula. So, I doubt it's going to move to the other side of the Kambat Gulf. Let's just throw up some more. Well, we're currently looking at the infrared satellite imagery that we're presenting here. But let's see if we can have a look at whose screen to go to next. Let's go and take a look at Farhan's screen. You're showing us unenhanced infrared right now, which can sometimes just give you a reasonable view of what the current situation is. It's just on the right hand edge of the screen there. And quite clearly it's easier to make out the rotation of the eye region. And when you look at this imagery, it doesn't look like it. Well, it's moving more slowly, but it doesn't look like it's stopped.
It's taking its time, if you will.
And yet still, my latest estimates that we have here, still around 40 miles offshore, so a little bit of a discrepancy. But it probably is, you know, I would agree with that imagery that we're looking at there is probably more accurate, that it is still edging close and that we're maybe into the high 30s at this point. A question there, when was the last time Gujarat was hit by a similar cyclone? Everyone talks about the late 90s, don't they?
1998.
I think
Oh,
yeah.
trying to get your signal through there. We're struggling with that.
Storm was, as I said,
Oh my.
Yeah, the signal is too poor, phone expert, unfortunately. I'm not sure what's going on there right now. I've not seen anything, but yes, the 1998 tropical cyclone was a very significant impact. I think it was Category 3 at landfall as well, wasn't it?
In many ways, it is quite an interesting analog for Tauktae, if you will. It's not exactly the same, of course, but you could make the comparison.
Is it a similar track?
can you hear me?
Yes.
So, as I said yesterday, it's the latest storm since 1998 to hit Gujarat of this magnitude, and the 1998 storm killed like thousands of people because a lot of
Well, we got the gist of that to an extent. I'm afraid your signal cut out again. We could hear you well whilst you were speaking till that glitch kicked in. A lot of people are asking about the next Bay of Bengal cyclone. Well, let's just wait until this threat has gone first, shall we? Again, looking at that latest imagery, just edging north in those latest frames, I think. So we're probably talking about 38 miles from land. And if it is on the move again, which it would be a surprise if it was, then we're probably looking at landfall. And bearing in mind this imagery is around 45 minutes old when we get to present it to you, probably 2 hours until landfall from that point, so really it's just over 1 hour.
I'm just looking at the hourly bulletins that the Indian Meteorological Department is issuing. On the 7 p.m. hourly bulletin, that is 80 kilometers southeast of PU. I'm not good with the conversion. Is that 40 miles?
50.
50. Okay, that's very interesting.
There's a comment there, and again, I don't know what sources everyone uses and how to verify it, but apparently the latest wind gust in Diu is 119 miles per hour.
Just 119. Wow.
That's just what we're hearing in our channels here, so...
Do you know the elevation of the station?
I have no idea if it's even I assume it's a station. I'm imagining
well, let's just hope that someone would comment just.
Well, I imagine that's coming through the IMD itself, perhaps. because we're not fully familiar with all of it. Because there's so many, not just the national centre, but also the regional centres as well.
80 miles per hour converts to 191 kilometer per hour.
So if you've just joined us, this storm is currently packing winds of around 120 miles per hour, which is around 190 kilometers per hour sustained winds, and an estimated central pressure around 944 millibars right now. We expect that the storm will make landfall in the next 2 hours. And the landfall area is probably going to be just west of Mahuva, east of Diu. So that probably puts it somewhere very close to Jafarabad. And actually, from what I'm seeing, at least local authorities, if not national, are expecting wind speeds very similar to what it is currently, if not just a little bit less. So I'm pretty sure everyone is aware of the threat that this will be at least high-end Category 2 conditions when it makes landfall. That would be the best case scenario at this point, because we're getting very close to the point of landfall, but potentially Category 3. Any comments from our team just now?
Yeah, definitely getting closer to landfall here, so I'm really hoping that those there have gotten themselves prepared, as that eye wall gets ever so closer, and that's where all those strongest winds are. So hopefully they did take the warnings, hopefully they did prepare, because obviously it's going to be a very long evening and night for them at local time, obviously.
An observation there from one of our viewers, that in the recent years until today, the Indian Ocean starts always with a significant cyclone hitting India. 2018, 2019, 2020, and now. Well, it is some coincidence that it's happened 4 times in a row. I suppose it's a bit like the Atlantic curse of early season storms that's been going for 7 years running now. Surely it's going to come to an end soon, both of them. So again, another question: what hour do you expect landfall? Again, it looks like it's going to be in the next 2 hours. So we're coming up to what time over in India now? 8 o'clock. So I'd be really surprised if it wasn't before 10 o'clock.
Eight p.m. is the earliest estimation of landfall by the IMD. PM, sorry, not AM.
Well, that's pretty much now. So there's the satellite imagery once again. Let me see if we've got another frame. We're really just, I guess, there's not that much that can be said about the storm at this phase. We're getting very close to the landfall, and at this point all preparations, should be complete, and for most of us it's just about watching it. That's just about the only thing we can really do. 36 miles offshore now is our latest indication as of half an hour ago. So if, for argument's sake, that it moved at 15 miles per hour, if it got going again, that would suggest a landfall would occur in about an hour. That's if it got going again and sped towards the north a little bit. Sorry, 2 hours. What am I saying? in 2 hours from now. So yeah, we're really looking at probably landfall between 9 and 10.
The only thing that anyone could do at this point is just hunker down and hope wherever your sheltering is doesn't get blown up by the winds or get destroyed by the storm surge. That's really all that could be said about what you should do at this point.
Now, apparently from one of our viewer reporters, as it seems to be now, 82 knot wind gust at DU station, elevation 37 feet, Kenneth.
37 feet, 82 knot winds. 37 feet. Wow, that's not very high elevation. Apart from rain, accounting for rainfall, DU may be in a very critical situation. It's probably in a very critical situation.
What would
Yeah.
it suggest to you, more specifically?
Okay. Time to apply more formula to estimate the winds. That means these valuable data. Thank you so much. But please also stay safe.
Yep, absolutely. But still, unsubstantiated. I'm not able to see the source at my end on that. Let's see what else we've got just now. Has there been a below 900 millibar storm in the North Indian Ocean? That is up for debate. We'll just leave it at that, I think. There's some possibility that there may have been. Officially from the IMD, there isn't, as far as I know.
I'd seen the lowest as per the IMD is 912 millibars from the
Yes.
999 prodigious storm.
Another satellite image there showing the composure that the storm is holding on to. And DU just about visible on the left-hand side, right in the satellite derived eye wall, but the eye wall itself is probably a little bit further closer to the center.
Yeah, now you can see the eye is becoming very circular right now. The convection the range is expanding. Infrared estimate is hitting near to the forecast DT numbers. DT number is 6, heading from 5.5, which is 102 knot, heading to 6. That means it's still intensifying.
So is there going to be an upgrade on the cards?
We're currently analyzing the data right now. The analyst, yeah.
Well, check out that latest infrared frame there on this imagery, showing a red ring almost wrapping completely round the storm again. So that, I mean, well, probably towards high-end Category 3, even towards Category 4, based on satellite alone.
The -70 cloud tops ring is actually wrapping around the eye very rapidly. So I guess it is a little thing to note that is intensifying as we speak.
You can see the progression of that on your screen. How long is that loop? That must only be about an hour or so.
That's about an hour, yes.
So -70s are the grey areas, are they?
Yep, yeah. Those are the grays. And you can see that the grays completely wraps around the eye, which is around the blues. So you can see the intensification rate is quite good actually. But obviously it's probably a bad thing to happen when this storm is such close to land.
Yes, so we might need to explain that a little more as well. A question there regarding that ring. Is it an eye wall replacement cycle? It's the opposite, really, isn't it?
I don't think it's an outward placement cyclone. Maybe if you can explain further.
Right now I'm quite doing some calculation work in terms of intensity. Yeah.
No, but what you usually see when the cloud tops are wrapping round at a rapid rate like that what we've been seeing is usually a sign of intensification, possibly rapid intensification. Of course, given the storm is so close to land, there wouldn't be much time to do that.
The proximity to land may induce frictional convergence, which can cause the convection to burst pretty rapidly and making its final result of intensification in before meeting the end after they make landfall. This is the case. It's mainly due to frictional convergence.
We're going to get some models up in just a moment just to take a look at how much longer the conditions will prevail for. We'll get onto that shortly. But keep sending in your questions. We are here to answer them, of course. That's one of our top priorities in the pursuit of keeping you up to date with the latest on this storm. I'm just going to load up. You'll hear me clicking a little bit as we get our model run up. But whilst we wait for that, we're still looking at the satellite imagery there. Alright, so got to try and find this. Okay, here we are again. So on this radar, this model imagery, we're looking at lots of green. Now you'll see somewhere in there, I'll have to mark it I think because it's very difficult to see there. This outline, that's the Mumbai area. All this area, that's all the land areas along the coast and heading down. So right now in that area you've got wind speeds according to the model. This was earlier on, so let's just go a little bit further forward to now. As you can see, the greens are getting less green and more blue. That means the winds are going down. 50 miles per hour is generally what you're seeing there right now. That's about 80 kilometers per hour. I shouldn't have done that. Let's just zoom out. There you can see the storm itself about to make the landfall. The yellow zones, that's hurricane force conditions. The oranges, stronger still. And the GFS tends to lowball that, so it will be higher than that. But just looking at the Mumbai area again around here, so you're talking in the 50s for miles per hour at the moment, and then it only goes away slowly. You can see there, this is by tomorrow morning. It's still 45 mile per hour winds, quite possible, for the Mumbai area, and only leaves after about 7 or 8 a.m. So tropical storm force winds will continue for the Mumbai area until around then. Now let's look further north. You can see the storm expands a little bit more into its wind field, especially as it moves inland. Look at how far the wind field goes. The green area, that's all gale force winds. And then it moves northeastwards, and then of course it fizzles out, still delivering gusty winds. These blues, that's still 30 miles per hour, so getting towards certainly breezy, and then obviously it's gone after that. But yes, the winds definitely are lingering. Let's just also get a reflectivity simulation, which will show you. Okay, that's right now. That's, oh, what was that? That's how you would expect the, well, to an extent. It's quite low resolution, but that's a rough idea of what it would look like on radar right now. Very intense near the center. And as it moves up there, so what you're looking at here is precipitation. So the precipitation will stay over the Mumbai area. You can still see it around there. Just leaving, that's again tomorrow around lunchtime. It will probably stop raining, even behind it, there's some more rain bands moving up the coast of western India, and then the storm itself, the core of it, still prevailing on, and still some significant rainfall occurring even as it heads up towards the northeast, towards New Delhi. Could get some substantial rainfall, and you can see actually it's going into the reds again as it reaches the Himalayan mountains. So certainly going to deliver a lot of rainfall along that line. And if we could just get to the latest forecast for the rainfall totals. Now this is total precipitation from this point forward. So we are talking about the next 7 days, but not including what we've already seen. Hopefully it will load up anytime now. But just bear that in mind when we take a look at these numbers. And hopefully it will load at some point. I'm not sure why it isn't. Well, that's a dud by the looks of things. We'll try and get that for you at some point. But I would imagine that we're still looking at about 300 to 400 millimeters of rain for some of those areas. Let me try one more time with the rainfall graphic. Up, there we go. That's yeah, that's still rainfall yet to come. So you can see there towards the southern part of India, mainly monsoonal patterns continuing there for the areas that have received a lot of rain already. But the main bulk is the storm as it moves northwards. Now I can only show these in inches. Just a quick reference is that around 25 millimeters is an inch. So you've got 3 to 4 inches still for, is that just north of Mumbai? Mumbai itself could still get another 3 inches, that's 75 millimeters. The landfall zone, we're still looking at around 11 inches, that would be 275 millimeters. And you can see the extent of the rain. It falls off rather steeply towards the edges, especially on the left-hand edge, the western edge. And then as you move inland, these are actually trending up. The expected rainfall totals beyond Gujarat are trending upwards. So up towards the northeast there, you're still looking at, and then into the mountains, 6-7 inches. But towards the Delhi area, you're still looking at significant amounts of rainfall that could fall in that area yet. Just a quick note on that, moving over to the east, look at this. This is expected rainfall in the next 7 days in the Andaman Sea, where that other cyclone might form. A remarkable amount, 22, 25 inches there. Of course it's over water, but that is an enormous amount of rainfall. I'm trying to figure out how much that is. That's about 600 millimeters. So a really, it's more than that, I think. Substantial amount of rainfall, about 700 millimeters out there, and that's where that next storm might form, but we don't know yet for sure. But this is where we're at with Tauktae right now. Let's go back to our team. Any comments at the moment?
We've collected the surface reports, and based on the surface reports extrapolation data of the wind data, pressure data, as well as considering the improving satellite appearance, Dvorak jumping gradually from T5.5 102 knot from 6, which is so considering that the latest intermediate fixed at 15 UTC, we've concluded that Tauktae has intensified into 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. I repeat, latest 413 analysis puts Tauktae at 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 940 millibars.
So intensification confirmed by our analyst team just now to 125 miles per hour. That's around over 190 kilometers per hour sustained winds. And are we expecting that to continue right up until landfall now? let's just get a latest position estimate. We're looking at something like 32 miles offshore now. So it's on the move again. And do send in your comments and questions if you still have anything on your mind right now, and indeed observations. Very important that we relay that information as the storm nears land. What we've heard so far is suggesting from Diu, which is very close to where the storm will make landfall. It doesn't look like it will be the epicenter now, but it seems as though wind speeds there are certainly into the hurricane force range, and probably into category 2. There's confirmation at the bottom of your screen there on the bar, the latest intensity of the storm. Let's go back to the close-up satellite imagery. And there you can see its progression again. It does look like it's going straight north now. If it was to do that, it would make landfall just a couple miles east of Jafarabad at Kavaya. And indications that we're getting on the northeastern side of the storm's eye, suggesting that rain rates are now in excess of 50 millimeters per hour over land. Now don't forget that anywhere east of this, of the landfall zone, up the Kambat Gulf, that is a very vulnerable area for storm surge. In this situation, 3 meters or more could occur as the storm's strong winds pushes all the water up in that direction as it spins in its cyclonic manner. That means that it's rotating counterclockwise, and that puts the bay in a bad spot in relation to this storm. We're hearing that sustained hurricane force winds are being reported in Diu, so that's some confirmation there of what we would have assumed to be the case.
Yep, definitely what we've been expecting as we get closer to landfall, just a few hours away at this point.
So if you just got here, the latest news is that Tauktae has weakened a little earlier on, but it's intensified again now. Our estimate, 125 mile per hour winds, sustained, that's around 190 kilometers per hour, with higher gusts and a central pressure around 940 millibars. The storm is very close to making landfall, as is apparently clear on the screen here. We're looking at Farhan's screen right now, I believe. And landfall we're expecting will be probably by 10 p.m. Indian time. And the diameter of the storm, something like, what was it that we said earlier?
I believe he said about 400 kilometers.
Yeah, about 400 to 450 kilometers wide would be the gale force winds and the significant rainfall zone. Let's take another look. This is a wider shot, I think. Oh, of Walter. You're showing us some... Oh, that is Diu. So already looking a
Yes,
bit
it
rough
was
there.
around due. You can see the water is already flooding. Very high, actually.
Not good at all there.
Not good at all.
I must say though, it does look like on the satellite imagery that it will get pounded, but the eye will probably not pass over it. Maybe the edge of the eye at a worst case. It's close. But the little bit of good news is that it will be on the western side, and that means the storm surge will be less.
But the wind speed will still be very large, considering it's around the eye wall. The city of Deal is around the eye wall, and yeah.
Absolutely. We can take your questions all the way up until the storm's landfall. So, if there's anything you would like our opinions on, or any news that we can get for you, then feel free to send a message through the chat feature. We also have plenty of other locations where we do our coverage in different forms. This is probably our most popular form and the one we put most effort into with the video updates. Just very easy to get things out there and give people a good idea of what's going on. Of course, we're also on social media. You can search Force 13 on Facebook and Twitter. You can also join our community Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, for live chat with people all around the world who also track cyclones. And that's also a real hive of information too. A question there, what's the latest on Invest 90S? It's capitulated and I think it's not going to form anymore. So I don't think we'll be seeing that for much longer. Latest satellite image I've got here now is from another 45 minutes ago, and that is indeed showing 32 miles from land. So if the storm was happening to move at 15 miles per hour, it would make landfall in just over an hour. More questions there. Well, there's a slightly off-topic question. Have any of us been inside a cyclone or a hurricane eye?
Not the eye specifically, but I have been in a cyclone.
Of course, we've
I
got.
haven't been in an IFS I haven't been in an IFS cyclone, but I have been in a storm recently, even Tauktae.
Yes, indeed. And the maximum speed recorded by the cyclones so far. Well, I think we're about to hear them, aren't we?
Yeah.
From what we've been hearing.
Exactly. As the storm approaches Iowa, we can see more data from the weather stations.
A few intriguing questions. Will there be any tornado formation on land? Always that possibility. Hard to predict those things, isn't it?
Perhaps. But it's not exactly easy to confirm that as, say, in the US, because it's tornadoes just rarely get reported in places like India. They do happen, and they can be very deadly, but it's not really reported much.
Another one there that's intriguing. The North Indian Ocean has been producing more and more storms these last years. Is this an indication that we've entered an active period there, similar to the Atlantic one that started in '95? But when you think of it, we did have active periods in, the late 90s was an active period in the North Indian Ocean. Early 90s was as well.
Indeed, yes. 89, well, not exactly active, but 89, 1990, and 1991.
All had big
All
storms.
those were 3 years that saw consecutive super cyclonic storm. Yeah,
And then
1989 was,
1992 was the most active of them all.
yes,
10
although that's
storms
not,
formed in 1992.
I mean, for those who actively track the North Indian Ocean, I mean, there's been at least one storm that everyone can remember, really, at least ever since 2018, that comes immediately when that year is called. I mean, for example, in 2018, you had Kiar, which everyone remembered, was Category 5 in our analysis. Don't know if it still is.
That was 19, wasn't it?
19,
Was it 2019?
2019, yes.
Oh, what was 2018? No, Ampon was 2020. I
2018
thought,
storm.
Amphan
2018
was
strongest storm was Makunu.
Makunu was 2018.
yeah, I knew it
Teens
was
Neptune.
often. Yeah, there's been a lot of notable storms in the North Indian Ocean for sure, and some of them just get overshadowed really because of other basins and their activity. I mean, with the Atlantic, there's always that quote, "It only takes one," and that really does take hold in the North Indian Ocean because while it may not be as active as other basins, there's usually just that one storm that makes itself well known. Sometimes it can be the one that is either extremely deadly or extremely costly.
So at this point, we're getting fairly close to the landfall time. It may sound like we're repeating ourselves quite a bit. There's not too much else that can be said about this, really. We can't really look at model runs anymore because there's not much uncertainty in the predictions. We obviously wait to hear what's going on the ground, and reports are being drip fed in, or as you generally get during these rolling events.
And other things that we usually use to analyze the conditions are also going to be nullified once the thing makes landfall. For example, sea surface temperatures. Obviously, land is not the sea, so you're not going to get those sea surface temperatures. So that's only going to be weakening from that point on once it makes land.
Let's go back to, I think, Farhan's imagery. You wanted to show us more imagery of the storm?
Yes, the eye is really, really improving here. Quite amazing to see.
And
Look
again,
at that.
on your imagery, if I was just to eyeball it and just make a little plot here, on your imagery, I'd estimate the eye is about 20 miles offshore. Yet on my imagery, it's still showing 30, so interesting discrepancy.
Perhaps it's something to do with, what do you call it, refresh rate? That sounds wrong, but probably
Well, what's your latest image
differences
there?
in satellite.
What's your latest image on that loop? Because what we have here is... oh, another one's just come out. It is showing that it is moving towards the coast again more. 31 miles on the latest image that I have, but yours looks a lot closer. In the meantime, we have got the latest advisory from the Joint Typhoon Warning Center. They have given the storm 100 knots, which is 115 miles per hour, gusting to 125 knots, which is 145 miles per hour. They say that the radius of hurricane force winds is generally 40 to 45 nautical miles radius, with the tropical storm conditions extending out up to 155 nautical miles, which is about 300 kilometers, I think, just short of. It expects in 12 hours' time that it will weaken from Category 3 that it currently is to Category 1, and then in 24 hours for it to be a tropical storm, and in 36 hours, that would be the morning of Wednesday, for it to be actually to have dissipated by that point. Just to read out some of their information, located approximately, now this is, the position is, I think it's current, 20.4 degrees north, 71.2 degrees east. Yes, that is current. Located approximately 113 nautical miles west-northwest of Mumbai. Tracked northward at 8 knots, which is again around 16 kilometers per hour over the past 6 hours. Satellite imagery, along with the enhanced infrared satellite imagery, shows the deep convective bands are beginning to weaken slightly due to the continual land interaction along the Indian coast. Of course, the position is placed with high confidence because of the eye being very visible, as well as the microwave imagery. The initial intensity of 100 knots is hedged slightly higher than the satellite estimates, from what I'm reading here, slightly lower than the overall assessment of another satellite estimate there. So Dvorak was going with T5 to T5.5, and decided closer to the 5.5. SATCON estimating 117 knots, and the ADT estimating T6.0, which is 115 knots. And Kenneth, did that have any bearing in the upgrade that we did?
The bearing.
Just that the ADT value is now saying 6.0.
So they pretty much match that. The T value is 6.0, which supports somewhere near 115 knots, which support that is it can support a high-end Cat 3 surface observation, giving similar results. And yeah.
Now they're saying that it's moderate wind shear at the moment, 15 to 20 knots. So that's interesting.
Given the motion factor, pretty much just only 10 knot effective shear, which is quite low and favorable for storm developments.
And they are expecting it to make landfall near Jafarabad, which is what we're really expecting at this point. The it's the track uncertainty is absolutely narrowing quite substantially at this point as we get closer and closer to the landfall time, which, as we say, is probably going to be in the next hour and a half, we're thinking. But if it continues to move a bit slowly there, then maybe it will be later than that. In any case, we're going to pick things up again in a few minutes. We're going to take a short break now, whilst we gather our thoughts and see what else is going on, try and catch a quick moment off the air to just do a little bit of our own research, and then get back to you with our headline. At the start of the next hour UTC, we're heading towards 3 p.m. UTC, and that would make it 8:30 p.m. in India. We'll be back shortly with more on this storm, which will be making landfall very soon. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Tropical cyclone Tauktae is getting closer and closer to landfall along the coast of Gujarat, India. This evening, it is currently just about 30 miles offshore, which is about just over 40 kilometers. So this storm is continuing to get closer and will probably make landfall within about an hour or two. Already the strongest winds are probably being felt over land right now. Locations such as Diu, Una and Jafarabad will be experiencing serious parts of the storm right now, with that place that I mentioned last there, Jafarabad, could get the center of the storm's eye. Current movement appears to be very slightly west of north. Any jog could make things completely different for any of those areas that are close to the eye, but they will all get impacted quite substantially. And of course we've got the rain factor and the storm surge. Anywhere east of where the storm makes landfall could be in for 3 meters of storm surge, especially up the Campat Gulf. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined in this hour by several people on our team: Ethan, Walter, Kenneth, the phone expert, and Mike. Good evening to most of you there, given your time zones. But first, let's talk to Ethan, where it's still morning over there in the US. Ethan, we've got our latest cone.
Yes, just made this for just top of the hour 3 minutes ago. This cone is valid 8:30 p.m. Indian Standard Time. That's 15 o'clock UTC. We are currently giving the winds, as we said, winds of 125 miles an hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. And I am forecasting the storm to make landfall pretty much at this intensity. Could be slightly stronger. Um, we just don't know. But my best guess as of right now is this storm is going to more so maintain its 125-mile-an-hour winds until it makes landfall, and then it will weaken inland rather slowly, given that this is a floodplain area. So perhaps we'll be seeing some slow weakening. It will still be a tropical cyclone around 2 days from now, albeit being the tropical depression, but still going to be causing some impacts. And then by 2.5 days, 3 days, it'll be gone entirely.
Although the rainfall won't be.
No, this will persist well inland, well inland.
We had some questions there just at the top of this hour, and you can send them in as well. Start your message with Force 13 all in text, especially if you've got news about observations. From what we just heard a couple of minutes ago, apparently 80 mile per hour sustained winds in Diu right now. And a comment there, Himawari 8 data shows that the cyclone is only 13 miles offshore. Can this be true? Well, Himawari 8 is probably quite skewed at this angle.
Yeah, because Himawari 8 is centered at 140 degrees east, but this storm is at 70 something degrees east. You can see the angles is nearly perpendicular, which is very edge infrared path. So here's a very strong suggestion that do not use Himawari for Arabian Sea systems.
Also, we got a few comments. What's the Force 13 predictions for the Atlantic, East Pacific, and Western Pacific seasons? Well, we did our big forecast in April. We're due to do our next one on the 31st of May, so stand by for that. What would we expect about current wind speed? So, Kenneth, do you want to go over again the reasoning on why the Force 13 analyst team have gone with the current numbers, 125 miles per hour, 940?
Okay, so recently we've get a service report from DU, which get a 979 millibars pressure, and using wind modeling Skolmer equation, we've got a central pressure around 940 millibars, and which we run ZKZ equation on that, which showed 125 miles per hour maximum winds. We've also looked at satellite infrared presentation, and the Dvorak T number is increasing from 5.5, which means 102 knots, gradually to T6, which is around 115 knots. So given this gradual increase in T number as well as surface observation support, we've gone with 125 miles per hour and pressure of 940 millibars for this current intensity.
Thank you for that. And latest indication showing that the storm center, the center of the eye, is now 25 miles offshore. So that's only a matter of about, I think it's 35 to 40 kilometers. And that's the center. The edge of the eye may be as close as maybe 10 miles offshore at this point.
It is very close to land at this point.
Just hearing from Dew that the pressure there is now 975. So we're still getting more reports as time goes by, obviously, as this storm continues to get closer to land. Expecting landfall in the next 2 hours, been saying that for a little while. We've just passed 8:30. I'm still thinking that it will probably be around 10 o'clock. And the IMD updated just a few minutes ago as well. Has anyone got that? At any rate, they're calling it an extremely severe tropical cyclone, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, they are. And they are calling it a 95 knot, 3 minute sustained wind. 95 knots is about 110 miles per hour. 3 minutes sustained, but it is.
So that's category 3 when it's transferred to 1 minute sustained. Have you got some stuff to show us there as well on social media?
Yes, we got several videos.
Okay.
This is from Dew, which is approximately the area that got the biggest hits. You can see the waves are hitting the coast. Nothing to show. We've got some more rainfall in. This is from Ahmedabad, if I'm pronouncing it correctly. You can see the rain is pouring down, and in the last you can see some trees falling over.
Oh.
So some effects have definitely been felt in some land areas. There's more, including this video. The rain is pretty much the same.
Yeah.
And
nothing major there just yet, but significant rainfall, that's for sure.
Yes, rainfall is definitely a problem. And this is a video from a higher perspective, but not too long. Just the rainfall that is affecting.
If it's raining like that already over there, then Ahmedabad is how far from the storm? It's nearly 200 miles. It's supposed to be only in a minor rain band right now, and there's lots more to come.
Yes, it is. And if we are seeing such a huge amount of rainfall, then I don't know what will happen if the inner rain bands pass through the city.
An interesting question that we've received: possibility of dust storms occurring due to the gust of the storm before it rains in the desert areas in the vicinity towards the north there. I've no idea what the answer to that question would be, honestly. We don't often deal with storms that border the desert.
Speaking of dust storms, there has been some fake news spreading around about dust storms in Gujarat. But I'm not sure about it.
Here again, the latest satellite imagery, and the edge of the eye is getting very close to the coast now. And this isn't even the most latest frame. Let's see if I can refresh this and try and get the latest frame on board here. And nope, not cooperating. But I can see a frame that's more recent than that. It's getting very close to land. At this point, there's not a huge amount that we're able to talk about here, apart from the obvious about the storm. Significant rain rates occurring over land north of Dew. satellite estimates, satellite-derived rainfall estimates, suggesting that it's well in excess of 50 millimeters per hour. Also suggesting that there's still significant rainfall occurring in the Mumbai area, and that could continue for the rest of tonight, really. Let's go back to Walter's screen showing us some more satellite imagery, or satellite imagery that's loading. Now there's that. So always seems to be a step ahead of my imagery for some reason, even though we're looking at the same time frames.
Because it was the inset 3DR radar, which updates every around 4 to 5 minutes or so.
So what's the latest image timestamp there?
It was 8:32 p.m. Indian Standard Time, which is about.
All right, that's really recent then. Okay.
Yeah, it is.
All right, so now I understand. So looking at that, if I was just to do some eyeballing, and I reckon that would probably place the storm about 15 miles from Jafarabad, the center of the eye. The eye may well be moving over land now.
Yes, if we're talking about the speed of the storm moving inland, it may possibly be over land right now.
So that imagery updating all the time then?
Yeah, I will try to make it update. This is a closer appearance. You can see the eye is really touching the coast right now. So landfall is probably starting to occur.
Would you say that movement has been constant?
Judging by this loop, I guess it is. But several hours ago, it was quite slow.
It certainly was. We were watching it pretty much stall for just an hour or two.
Yes, it was indeed.
Any other analysis from our team just now? I'm just doing a couple of things here in the background. The floor is open. I suppose not. In lack of that, we're still looking at Walter's screen of the storm progressing. I mean, I just wonder whether there might just be that westward element still there.
We've just gotten an update from the India Meteorological Department. They are giving it 10-minute winds, or it's 3-minute, right?
Yes.
Well, nonetheless, they are giving it winds of 95 knots, which is 110 miles per hour, and they are giving that that translates to an extremely severe cyclonic storm on the local scale. So either way, still a very dangerous storm.
That's what we heard a little while ago, but indeed that is the case. An extremely severe cyclonic storm, and we're expecting landfall to occur very soon at this stage. What should we do, and how should you prepare for the storm if it's not too late to prepare for it? And what exactly has allowed the storm to do one last push of intensification?
Well, first of all, if you were to prepare for such a storm, of course you have to plan ahead. But if you are doing preparations now, I suggest that you Yeah,
Well,
I think
you certainly won't be if you're near the landfall zone.
Yeah, definitely. I think preparations should be done by now if you're near the landfalling areas. If you don't, then well,
Can you just remind me how long this loop goes for, Walter? Exactly.
about an hour.
Precisely an hour?
Not precisely, an hour and 8 minutes.
Okay. It's just very interesting to see that movement there. Gosh, it's getting close. It's hard to pinpoint where the actual centre of the eye is. You could make an argument that the centre of the eye may well be just on the edge of the air, around that purple edge that's literally on the shore. Or it could be where you're pointing the light blue part, but that seems to be rotating a little bit, so it wouldn't suggest it's the very centre. Landfall is coming up very closely. That appears to be quite clear.
Yes, I think landfall is about to occur in about an hour or two.
And Kenneth, just explain again what exactly has allowed the storm to do this one last push of intensification.
So the condition to allow it to continue to push, first of all, it has a very warm sea surface temperature still, pretty much it's still boiling in the Indian Ocean. Secondly, it has a pretty favorable wind shear, only around 10 knots of wind shear, which is certainly enough for the development. And what I think is the level humidity for these sides of storm, pretty much around 60%, is already very enough. It's already enough for the storm to not weaken. So overall, it has a very pretty favorable environment to continue to develop all the way until landfall. Instead of there may be dry air. Well, I actually don't really think so.
There's some more imagery that's caught. Oh, there's another image that just came in. I think we've caught up with the imagery now. So this is as of half an hour ago, the latest image. So as of half an hour, let's just try and figure this out. So an hour ago, compared to half an hour ago, the storm probably moved about 8 miles and is probably accelerating. By that point, it was 22 miles off. So it looks like landfall will be very soon. I can say that much, but within the hour. So this is really the and of course, as we've said on, as I often like to say on several occasions, the landfall really is a symbolic phase of the storm's progression. The worst of the storm is usually there before the eye. It's just, I suppose, visually significant when the eye actually passes over the coastline. But in real terms, it doesn't mean very much to those on the ground.
We just received some news from, I've just received some news from our very own Ryan Knack that the IMD is now switching to hourly bulletins for Tauktae. So they're going to be updating every hour on the system as it pushes inland.
Well, there we have it. So we'll be hearing a lot more from them soon then, I should think.
Yep, their next update is due in about 38 minutes from now.
A question here, how was this storm different with respect to Umpan? And why did the eye-wall replacement cycle weaken Umpan to a category 2 during landfall, whilst this one was able to re-intensify?
Well, first things first, regarding Umpun is going into landfall. I believe shear was higher for Umpun than it was for
Yeah,
the rest
there's
storm.
a pretty high back shear for Umpun that causing it's our replacement cycle to be very tough, that caused the weaken pretty significant weakening trend, but still make a pretty devastating landfall as a category 2. But for this, the favorable condition hasn't go away. It's still in a very good condition, so that it can still intensify after it's finishing our replacement cycle. And even though I think it's still around 3 hours before landfall.
And there is that hourly update. You just briefly saw that on the screen. Let's go back to Farhan's imagery as well, showing another perspective. There it is once again. And the eye looking more impressive as time goes on. And I was just looking back at the RAM imagery, and it's a red ring all around the eye that's finished, that's completely together.
Maybe I'll share even more recent imagery. That's already 15 UTC, that is. Wait.
So
Looking at this imagery,
go ahead.
looking at this imagery, I do agree that landfall is probably gonna be in the hour. It looks like the movement is speeding up, and the eye wall is now coming ashore, quite a bit more rapidly than it has been, at a pace that is a bit quite more faster than it was previously.
I'm going to try and utilize my screen to get some more imagery up shortly as we get closer towards the landfall. I'm just checking out a few different things. Go ahead.
In this latest frame, the eye continues to clearing up now. You can see more places are now clearing to warmer than -30s. Latest item is wow. It's negative single digit right now.
Mm-hmm.
Around -7 degrees Celsius and with its current roughly, I'll say 15 kilometers per hour movement, and the eye is actually not that small. It has infrared. In terms of infrared, it has around 40 kilometers of that. So if the infrared eye soon touches the shore, I still think the exact center still have roughly 3 hours to go. Well, for now, that's around 2.5 hours before reaching the exact center reaching the land.
Yeah, you might be right on that. It's hard to tell.
Yeah. Because given, I don't think that the acceleration rate will be that impressive. So I still assume the landfall will occur at still around 11:30 Indian time.
That late?
Yeah. I'm forecasting a landfall at around 11:30 Indian time. I'm predicting a position between Jafarabad and and Jahari, if I probably well, just pronounce it by phonics, somewhere between there. Or maybe I screen share it to here.
I'm looking at an image of the storm as well on my screen. Regrettably, I can't get to show it to you, but from my indications, looking at my own screen, it is the center of the eye is probably about 18 miles offshore now. Let's go over to Kenneth's screen here.
I think I'm lagging a bit.
Yeah, lagging a bit.
Yeah, my mouse isn't responding, sadly. Okay. Give me a moment. Let
Maybe
me. Okay. Let me switch my device quickly. Sorry.
The IMD apparently reported that Dia recorded 92 kilometers per hour at 7:30. I assume you're talking sustained winds, is it?
95 knot is 3 minutes sustained.
No, just that they're reporting the station at you was recording 92 kilometers per hour. How far is the eye wall from the coast? Well, the eye wall is probably over the coast.
The eye wall is currently onshore, as far as I could tell.
Yeah. Go ahead.
Also, latest news from the analysis team will also be issuing hourly fixes, and the next one will be arrive in 15 minutes.
15?
15 minutes. We'll issue. 4:30 will issue the next fix in 15 minutes. We'll be doing hourly fixes until landfall as well.
Yeah. So we continue to watch the progress of this storm as it moves ever closer to land, and well, it feels when you get to this stage that it goes on forever. It did slow down a bit, so it has prolonged it a little bit. Well, there's the animated loop now from is that Walter's imagery again? Yes. Showing the progress there, and the eye is coming out even more in those later frames.
the eye is right now in this frame is touching the coast right now. So we can assume that the landfalling process is already beginning.
Okay, so I'm back on my live here.
Yep, we've got you.
Okay. Okay. Okay, I can continue right now.
Yep.
Okay. So, back to the landfall position. You can see the eye is the green. I assume that is the eye, and that is if using its movement right now. It'll be around. Hello.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's still around. Yeah, 18 kilometers offshore, and based on the current movement due north, I expect the landfall position will be somewhere. Let me diminish it a bit. Somewhere between here to here. This straight line is what I'll be anticipating for the landfall. The oblique straight line is where I'll think the center will land on.
And I have got some imagery up here from my end now. There is a loop of the storm as it's approaching land and how it's been progressing. Pretty fascinating. So you had the daylight earlier, and then it went to nightfall, and the eye really appearing in those images. I think we might leave it on this for a little while. It really shows the convection really blowing up in the later frames there. It shows you how close to land that is at this point.
It is quite a remarkable system, but it is devastating in the meantime.
It's a mesmerizing thing to watch. Kind of like all when tropical cyclones. They're all pretty mesmerizing to watch. We know they're devastating, but it's very fascinating to watch them do.
Okay, back on with Farhan's screen there as well, showing something rather similar. Eye appearing more visibly on your screen as well.
Indeed. And also it is moving more and more inland.
So the time in India right now is just after 9 o'clock.
5.
Yep, 05. And we're expecting landfall soon. Kenneth, you think it's 11:30?
Yeah, 11:30 p.m. I think that will be the time of the landfall.
Blimey, 2 hours when it's so close already.
Yes.
You could be right though. You can keep sending in your questions live on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. We'll respond promptly. If the Bay of Bengal cyclone develops, do you think it will get past tropical storm stage? Probably. Models want it to be a Category 1.
Depends on how well it could organize itself. The Bay of Bengal is keen on producing a very strong storm that intensifies quickly. Will this be able to do that? Probably not, but we shall see as we progress into next week.
And let's see what else we have here as well. More questions about how many people will be hit by the cyclone. There is still many millions of people in the path of this storm. I don't know exactly what number it is now, but we must be talking about still at least 30 million, probably more, that are in a 10% chance of 50 knot winds, and probably about 5 to 10 million at least in the line of hurricane force winds. Just noting your imagery there, Farhan, some blow-ups going on inland there just in those latest images.
Yeah, it does seem that is happening. And that can't be good for those areas. Because they'll be getting sudden, huge spike in the amount of rain and high winds.
We're just hearing that in Jeffrabad, the pressure's down to 969 millibars.
Sorry, where 969, sorry.
In Jeffrabad, I'm not sure where that is myself. Oh, that's right on the coast.
That's
yes.
one of the predicted landfall sites.
Yes, sorry, it was just spelt differently. I'm looking at that now, so that's about 20 miles from the center of the eye.
Okay.
I'm just going to take a short break here at the desk. I'll defer to the rest of the team to have a further discussion on that right now.
So, Kenneth, do you think that it's perhaps intensifying a bit right now? What do you think?
I do agree that it's still intensifying. Ice still clearing out, and pretty much the eye actually do look pretty good. Yeah, the ice being more and more circular in the 1515Z frame, like that.
So, do you think that this could perhaps briefly attain Category 4 intensity before it makes landfall, perhaps?
I won't rule out this. This still, given that it's still having arrow to a chance.
So you have your landfall time in about 2 hours from now? Just under 2 hours?
Yeah, around 2 hours or something. 2 to 3 hours. Yeah, around 2 hours from now. Yeah.
Personally, I'd be actually inclined to say that it might be a little bit earlier than that, actually. But
Maybe.
but you know, it's just little numbers. But certainly landfall is coming, and I'd say it's within 3 hours away.
Mm.
Just going to pull up the some current questions that we are receiving right now. If you do have any comments or questions, you can send them into the chat section below, and we will answer them in due course. We are saying that the backside of the eye may arrive in 2 hours. Certainly that is possible if landfall is occurring sooner than we're thinking, but that's certainly possible. Is the storm a Category 4? Well, we'll have to see in our upcoming fix in around 5 minutes, right, Kenneth?
Yeah, the fix is still making. Please stay tuned. I'll announce it once it's complete.
Someone just asked, can we see intensification from a Category 1 to a Category 4 in 6 hours ever again? Yes, we can. We did see it in 2019, not in the North Indian Ocean, but we did see it in October in the Western Pacific with Typhoon Hagibis. I imagine that there's been other storms that have rapidly intensified like that. I know that Chebby in 2006 did that, and I'm sure that there's more storms that have done that. Do you have any thoughts on that, Kenneth?
He's on.
Hmm.
Go on.
Go ahead.
Ken, if you want to say something. Okay, he's focusing on the fix first.
Okay. We've just gotten a question saying, what are the wind speeds and the pressure? Well, as of our latest fix right now, we're due to have another one in about 5 minutes from now. But as of our latest one, we've given it winds of 125 miles an hour and a pressure of 940 millibars. Right now, the storm is moving to the north at around 8 miles an hour, and will probably make landfall in about an hour to 2 hours from now. We're not sure exactly how long this landfall is going to occur, but we know that it will be relatively soon.
It's going to take a painfully long time. They always do. But it does appear to have, it did slow down for a period, and moving off again a little bit, but still some distance to go. How far from the center can you experience hurricane force winds? And what about gale force winds? So in some parts of the storm, the northeastern quadrant, you could get hurricane force winds 45 nautical miles out. That's about 70 kilometers. For gale force winds, you're looking at about, I think it was, it's about 150 miles. I can't remember now.
Are you asking in particular for the northeastern quadrant?
Whichever goes out the furthest, which I think is the northeast, in both cases.
155 nautical miles per the
Mhm.
latest HEWC warning.
So that's a good
I
distance.
would like to point out though that on the southwest side of the storm though, you can expect gale force winds around 130 nautical miles. So I'm not sure how long that is from southwest to northeast.
Right. More questions there, and yeah, the structure looks much better than yesterday. Why isn't it a Category 4? Is it because of the eye?
Well, we'll see if it's a Category 4 here in a moment.
Is that really being contemplated right now?
Personally, just looking over the data now, I'd actually be inclined to say that it might actually be one.
Gee.
Because right now you've got SATCON estimates have risen in the past few hours up to 140 miles an hour. ADT's dropped down slightly to around 125 miles an hour, but AMSU has also risen up to 145 miles an hour. And certainly the imagery is improving on satellite, so it's a possibility.
Yeah, there seems to be more of a consensus on a Category 4 intensity. And also, this may sound a bit subjective, but like F-13 had an Category 3 when it had a massive downgrading structure. And as you can see, the structure is actually building up now. So it's a possibility, but I don't know that for sure.
Also joining us now is Joey. Good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon.
Now, any comments you'd like to make about this storm in this rather critical time?
I think I'd just like to I think I'm presuming that you've done this quite a lot, but I'd just like to retouch on the sort of impacts that we're expecting with this system.
Absolutely, it's very important to reiterate it because people tune in and out all of the time, and you know it's very important that everyone knows how to respond to these tropical cyclone impacts.
Indeed. So, just to go over, we are expecting very strong winds on parts of the Gujarat coast and as well. High storm surge, which I think the AMD warned of about 1 to 2 meters, I believe it was. Correct me if I'm wrong. But devastating impacts when the system going on right now, actually, and will continue to as it heads inland.
So as of right now, the storm is still drawing ever closer to land. Let's just look back on, can we take a look at Walter's satellite imagery? Have you got that up? Oh, first of all, well, no, you had a video there. Let's take a look at that first, shall we?
Sure, definitely.
Oh my goodness, where's that?
It is not stated
somewhere in Western India.
Video.
Well, that was clear. But yeah, you can see all that. I mean, that's no surprise, but still a lot of flooding apparent there. If anyone does know where that is, feel free to let us know.
But looking at this video, we can see that huge impacts are felt over the course of Tauktae's. And there's more. This is in Mumbai. You can see the waves hitting the coast. And that's a huge wave. And this is in Apura.
Yeah, they think that the viewers think that other one that you were showing, the flooding, was Mumbai as well.
Oh, that is. Alright. regardless of the location, it is still a very dangerous situation there. This is also from Mumbai.
Yep.
So we can see the flooding has affected most of the region in western India.
Now onto the satellite imagery that you're showing us. Could we possibly probe that latest frame and see what the temperature is now on there? Because it looks interesting.
Hold on.
Gee.
Judging by the image here, I've located some 34 degrees Fahrenheit eye temperature.
+1.
How high is that in Celsius?
+1.
+1.
Yes.
So we've gone into the positives now. There's even a little pixel saying 36 degrees Fahrenheit.
36. That's 2 Celsius.
Breaking news, our 16Z fix is out. We are giving it winds of 125 miles an hour, but a slightly lower pressure at 939 millibars.
Okay, so that will be reflected on our graphics shortly. Our estimate up to 125 miles an hour, 939 millibars. A storm that appears to be intensifying. We will be here until the storm makes landfall at least, and that looks like it's very close, but it's still a little way away all the same. Latest indications depicting that the storm's center is probably around 15 to 20 miles offshore. Ethan, any other comments right now?
None from me. I'm just working on the background here on a current graphic that we're about to post on social media.
Let's take a look at Farhan's screen as well. You're showing us the other form of satellite imagery. What is this actually? Is this just a enhanced infrared?
Well, the interesting thing about INSAT 3DR here is that you only really have infrared phase and water vapor, but you could choose different color palettes. This is one of them. So I'm not sure what to say if this is enhanced infrared or rainbow or whatever.
I see.
It's an interesting way of doing things here in this imagery site for INSAT 3DR.
Now a question there, how much rain can we expect in Gujarat? Well, it's underneath the big bulk of that storm right now. It's anyone's guess. Models suggesting that it would be something like 300 to 400 millimeters, but given that the storm has produced so much more rain elsewhere, it could be much above that number. A curious question. Is it true that a south-facing beach will have warmer water than a west or east-facing beach for a storm to work with? I don't think that would be very relevant at all, would it?
Not
I've never
really.
heard that question before. Is that a new image there, Farhan?
The time currently is showing 9:02 Indian Standard Time.
We can confirm at this point that the edge of the eye has reached the coast, just in case we needed confirmation on that, and that the estimated distance from the eye to the closest point on land now is 21 miles.
So the process of landfall has just begun, pretty much.
Yes. Another question there, will this storm affect Pakistan? Well, the areas to the east of Hyderabad will probably are areas that we should be looking out for potential heavy rain, some maybe strong winds, but generally in Pakistan not much. And more comments here as well. It's still raining here. When will the weather clear out in Mumbai? The flooding is devastating. Yep. I said earlier, and I think that's still relevant, it's probably going to continue until tomorrow morning.
In fact, on some of the later frames of this imagery that I'm showing, you could see that Mumbai is just being hit by another strong burst of convection, another strong bout of wind and rain, it looks like.
You'll often hear periods that we get a little bit quiet because there's not so much to talk about whilst we wait in between bits of information that come through. But you can always send us messages whilst we're on the air. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will come through to us and we'll be able to respond rather quickly. But we are now going to take a break here from another 5 minutes or so. So we'll be back with more coverage on this storm when we get back into another hour of coverage. At some point I'm going to have to take some time away from the chair, so I'm not sure what's going to happen, but we'll of course always have the graphics available if nothing else, but I'm pretty sure our team will be around in some form. In any case, we'll be back with more headlines on this storm in a few minutes. Stay tuned. live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. So the unrelenting passage of Cyclone Tauktae is continuing, with landfall expected late this evening on the coast of Gujarat. A little bit slower than at least I was expecting. We are now just after 9:30 Indian time, and we still have the storm trundling towards the coast at about 20 miles offshore the eye. We confirmed in the last hour that the edge of the eye is now onshore. So, this is where we're at right now. My name is Nathan Foy, and what we have done in our chat here on the team is really we've opened it up for this hour, so it's a free floor really, because I'm taking some time away shortly, just for a little break here, and the rest of our team will have probably a lot to say about the storm as it gets closer and closer to land. So just now we are joined by Joey, Walter, Alex, Ethan, Kenneth, the phone expert, and Mike. Hello to all of you, and who would like to go ahead with the latest information on the storm? Ethan?
Maybe I'll go first.
Oh, okay. I was going to go for Ethan if it wasn't anyone else, but go ahead, Walter.
So I'm screen sharing the satellite imagery of Tauktae. This this frame was around 15 minutes ago, and you can clearly see that the eye is really moving towards the coast right now. You can see around 1/3 of the eye is already inland, so we might see some landfall declarations around an hour or two. That's all for me.
Interesting. So that, yeah, I mean, we know it's coming soon.
Yes, it is. It is coming very soon.
Joey, you've got something for us here, I think.
Yeah, so this was a video that was taken, I believe, in Mumbai.
We showed this one earlier, but yeah, let's take a look again because people come in and out on our stream, and it's good to look just another once over on that. Go ahead.
So you can see that there's a lot of damage already being done to to structures and sort of fences which block the seawall from the actual sea itself, and you can see those waves really inundating the area, bringing that water over, and that will lead to more flooding if you add it to the amount of rainfall that will be falling in the area.
And this is Mumbai. Storm surge will be much higher east of the landfall zone in Gujarat, so the storm surge will be pretty unstoppable towards the east of the storm's landfall zone. You could be looking at 3 meters plus. For this hour, we've also got Alex here. It's the first time we've chatted to you during this storm event. What's your analysis right now?
I'm currently looking through some satellite imagery of the storm, and it looks to be trying to clear out its eye as it is making landfall soon. This could bring torrential rains and maybe even up the surge a bit for Mumbai if it does indeed manage to strengthen a little as it approaches land. As we've seen on imagery from Joey, there are already high waves and flooding going on from the cyclone. This is only expected to become worse as time progresses and as the storm goes on land. After it makes landfall, the threat is not over. It will still bring torrential rainfall and likely flash flooding, which could also be a danger to life. Let's see.
Yeah, no other imagery forthcoming just now.
Yeah.
But as always, with the landfall getting ever closer, start your message with Force 13 all in text if you have any questions or observations for us. I mean, I guess we value a lot of community on our productions, and in a way, everyone comes together to help us deliver the best coverage possible. And part of that would be people sending in observation information, whether you're down on the ground or whether you've seen something that's been officially recorded that we might have missed there. But this is the latest progression of satellite imagery over the last 6 or 7 hours, showing how it's been getting closer to land. The red ring wrapping around the eye, which is still opening out. So intensification still seems to be the order of the day. A question there, have there been any reports of power outages? I think so. I think someone went by and said something to that end. It obviously wouldn't be a surprise if indeed that is the case. Let's see if there's anything else we can get onto at the moment. Some rough sea images there, Walter.
Yeah, this is from very young member Elliot. Yeah, you can see in this photograph the waves are hitting the coast, and in this image, not very just the rainfall. The rainfall is also a contributing factor. There's also some rescue individual.
Hmm.
Yeah, and
Apparently an eye temperature of 4 degrees now, from what we're hearing.
hold on. Let me. Yeah, in this frame, I've detected some 39 degrees Fahrenheit eye temperature.
Yeah.
So it's around 3 to 4. There's one pixel even at 41 degrees Fahrenheit,
Oh.
which is very
5
high.
Celsius. So that eye is warming hour by hour. Last hour it was 2, and now it's 5.
Yes, indeed.
And a question there, just so that we can reiterate to people. Eye clearing, the eye is clearing out. Does that mean that it's intensifying? Generally, the answer is yes.
Generally, yes.
Any chances that
But
it's upgraded to 130 miles per hour at landfall? We'll have to ask the team that one. Our analysis team. I don't think any of their representatives are here right now, so I'm sure we will at some point. Oh, they've been listening in. Hello, Kay. You've been listening, I think.
Hello, Kay.
You've been doing a lot of those hourly updates just now, haven't you? Or you've had
That's
a very close
correct.
eye
I've
on
been
it.
monitoring things behind the scenes.
So, since you were on here around 3 hours ago, your prognosis since then?
The appearance has skyrocketed since then. And if it wasn't just about to make landfall, I would expect it to get towards Category 5 in 12 hours' time.
Mm-hmm.
Thankfully, it's not going to peak and then make land at that intensity. It's making landfall now without any time to strengthen further. But as I say that, it's still got another hour or so, and it's making the most of it.
It certainly is making the most of it. We've been seeing that in the satellite imagery. I can't think how it could do much better than that from a storm perspective. Obviously, a bad perspective on the ground. Will this raise the this intensification phase just now? Will that raise the storm surge?
Not really, because storm surge is generally affected by the storm's intensity 6 to 12 hours before landfall, which is why when you get really intense storms that drop off just before landfall, they still have the surge they would have had at peak.
Yeah.
Same works in reverse. It won't be able to build up so quickly.
And will this have further implications for rainfall? It's 11 inches at the landfall zone. That's looking pretty low to me at this stage.
I mean, we've had heavy to torrential rainfall reported in Ahmedabad for the last 3 or 4 hours,
And
the
that's
storm is
far,
nowhere
far
near
away.
there.
Yeah.
That's outside the tropical storm force wind radii. So they're not even getting tropical storm force gusts from the video footage that's coming in, but they've had heavy rain for 3 to 4 hours.
That is definitely concerning. So do you think this across the whole board, this will be a storm that overachieves in terms of rainfall?
Yep, it looks that way.
And we saw all of that flooding in Mumbai already as well earlier in the day. Obviously it's past nightfall now, so there won't be too much to see out there. Another question there that you might want to answer, Kay. Did early forecasts nail the intensity of this cyclone, or did it overachieve?
I think we did pretty well with forecasting in general. The official forecasts, I think, have underdone it a bit. The Joint Typhoon Warning Center forecasted a peak of 105. It got to 120 by their numbers. And then more recently, they forecast it to weaken to 95 before landfall. Never went below major by our estimates and is now approaching Category 4 again. So that's a bit of an issue. IMD forecast it to peak as a Category 2 and held that until it basically got above their peak and then upgraded it accordingly, but it's a bit slow. I think that's the worst forecast out of us, the Joint Typhoon Warning Center, and the IMD.
So that's that. As for the models, what's been the best model for this?
The HWRF nailed the pressure pretty much perfectly.
HWRF.
Interestingly enough,
people complain a lot about that model, but sometimes it nails the big ones.
Yeah, sometimes it does. Interestingly enough, the GFS actually showed this eye wall replacement cycle with weakening and re-intensification in the last couple of runs. But because the resolution was too low, you couldn't tell that was why it was weakening.
I see. So, what is the structure of the eye wall like now?
As best we can tell, the eye wall replacement cycle finished shortly after 13Z, or around 7 p.m. local time. And since then, it's just been intensifying quickly with a strong singular eye wall and still banding features affecting the coast to the southeast of it.
So there we are again, still looking at the latest satellite imagery from Walter's screen. Does this update automatically?
I don't know.
No,
because I was
me neither when I was looking at it earlier.
I am just manually refreshing this site over and over again.
Well, that's one way to make sure of it. Let's go back to this imagery when it loads. Well, there you can see the infrared, of course. I want to show you the latest rain rate imagery. It takes a while. Whilst we wait for that, you can clearly see the red ring around the storm. Okay, here we are. So those latest images, a little glitch at the end there, but the eye's getting larger and larger on this imagery. Certainly with regards cloud coverage, this eye could be 40 miles wide, Kay, is that true?
Yeah, it could. That would be roughly, well, during the eye replacement cycle, towards the end of it, it was larger than that, but now the inner eye wall is completely gone. It appears the outer one is contracted and strengthened. That sounds about right, given the latest microwave data.
And we haven't received any more images from microwave data, have we?
Not that I'm aware of.
We'll see what we can get onto in a moment. I haven't seen much more in the way of media that's come to our attention just now. There's another question here. That's an interesting question. Do we have land images with our partner sites, and do we plan to show land images from our official sources rather than Twitter images? Well, Twitter images are, that's a decent... Most of them tend to be authentic. Sometimes you can run into a little bit of trouble on that regard. The thing is, it's really quick. But if anyone does find anything else out there, doing some research, then I'm sure they'll bring it up with us here. We're literally finding things as we see them. What is the strongest landfall, the strongest cyclone at landfall in India's history? And that
Officially,
is
that would be Odisha.
a debatable question.
I think officially it's the Odisha cyclone.
Yeah, that's the official strongest cyclone. But I believe Nathan's referencing a very old cyclone in the 1800s.
Possibly other ones as well, actually.
It's just things lost to time.
Well, no,
But
I mean, there's that, but then there's also some people think that Typhoon Cyclone Gay is very underrated. Not sure about the last landfall, whether it's more the first one, but you never know. The Bangladesh cyclone of 1991, that's a contender.
Well, that was in Bangladesh, though, wasn't it?
Was the question
Yeah, it
referring
was.
to India?
Yes,
Oh, I was
India
thinking of the whole
specifically.
basin. Never mind that. Regarding just India, then, well, yeah, it must be up there.
I can just think of Odisha and then that one in the 1800s.
Which I can't remember whether that hit India or whether it hit Bangladesh in the end anyway, so...
I thought that was towards southeast India, north of Sri Lanka.
I cannot remember.
I have to look at this afterwards. Anyway.
We certainly will.
Latest image reveals an eye temperature of 7, still rising.
Alright, so at this point I'm just taking a short break here. My team hopefully will bring you the latest updates on the storm as it gets ever closer to land. We are rehashing a lot of the same things at this point because there's not much changing with regards to the storm situation. But I'll hand over to you guys for a little while.
Okay.
So if you got any questions, just type it out in the chat room. We'll try to answer you. So there's a question about how do you define a landfall? Is it when the eye wall goes over land? We typically designate landfall when the center of the eye is over the coast. So the right center point of the eye. When the center point of the eye reaches the coast, we will declare landfall of that storm.
I don't like the fact that this eye is continuing to circularize, as well as the temperature rising. Anyone else here have any opinions they'd like to share with regards to the storm?
There's a question in the chat. What does eye temperature increase signify?
So when we say eye temperature, what we are looking at is the temperature of the land beneath the eye if it's clear. And as it's over the ocean, that would be around 31 Celsius if it were completely clear. But there's still a bit of cloud in it, and that brings the temperature down. But the less cloud there is in it, the stronger the air is falling inside the eye, the less cloud is remaining, and the higher the temperature goes until it reaches 100% clearness, basically. So it's a measure of how much cloud is in the eye and how well the storm is getting rid of it. The stronger the storm, the easier it is to remove the cloud. Positive temperatures are never a good sign. I see someone asking about the CDPS scale. That is a damage potential scale for tropical cyclones created by our chief cyclone analyst, Devon Williams, and it takes into account the size of the storm, the wind speeds, and the expected rainfall to produce an estimate of potential impacts to a landfall location. Population doesn't go into it. Surge doesn't go into it directly, but that's related to winds and storm size. So that comes from there. And once you put in the projected numbers, you get a value between 1 and 10, with 10 being the worst storms on record and 1 being a depression or weak tropical storm that's moving relatively quickly. This is currently a 6. I don't have any comparisons on hand to tell you other stage 6s. I suppose I can have a look and see if there's anything there. But a 6 is a life-threatening situation with devastating impacts possible throughout the landfall area and inland if the rainfall is high enough, which in this case it will be.
I think someone was asking a bit ago, what is the temperature of the cloud tops currently?
The cloud top temperatures. The coldest cloud tops are -80. The eye is mostly surrounded by cloud tops in excess of -70 and completely surrounded by cloud tops in excess of -65. So if this had 6 to 12 more hours and just held like this, the intensity estimates would climb towards category 5 from Dvorak analysis, because it takes a while for the storm to go up due to constraints. And as I said earlier, we don't have 6 to 12 hours, we have 2 at best. So thankfully it won't be getting that strong. But it's a very good improvement in a very short amount of time in terms of satellite appearance.
Another question, will it reach northeast India? Well, probably not. The storm is
We
expected
expect
to
it
on.
to dissipate near New Delhi. So that's about as far as it will get.
And there's another question saying, how many people are in the path of hurricane force winds? Okay, you got a statistic.
Several million. We're uncertain how many people have evacuated, but there was at least 4 million that were in the path before evacuations took place.
I think one report said 150,000 people were evacuated.
So still likely to be well over 1 million people being impacted by hurricane conditions.
So here is the latest satellite images. You can see in the latest frame, the eye has been bigger compared to the second last image. And the eye is very close to land at this point.
I see a question with regards to what to do with glass windows. If you're in the eye wall now, it's best. Some people say you should keep things open, but that's not the case. You should try and keep a constant pressure environment inside your house. You should try and put something up against the windows to help support them. If you've got any loose pieces of wood, that is the best thing to do, is to obviously to board up your windows. But if you haven't had time to do that, keep them shut. Move yourself away from any windows in case the glass breaks, and move any delicate objects away from windows and doors. Stop the door from blowing open. If it tries to blow open, you should keep the door shut if at all possible. I see someone asking for the exact landfall point. Get my map up. based on the latest motion, which is slightly west of due north, I would expect it to make landfall pretty much in Jaffrabad. So the size of the eye does not necessarily indicate strengthening or weakening, but if it is contracting while the appearance improves, that often indicates strengthening. If it's contracting while the cloud tops get warmer, that indicates weakening, sometimes because of an eye wall replacement cycle. Given the eye's been contracting and the cloud tops have been cooling, that would imply it's been intensifying, which is supported by all metrics we have. The nearest major city to the storm right now, I think would be, well, the terms what means varies depending on what you call major. You've got Verival to the west, you've got Rajula just a little bit inland. This will be passing very near to Vincia, apologies for pronunciations, just to the east of Rajkot and Thangad, to the west of Bhavnagar, but that might have quite strong winds from the eastern eye wall, which is the strongest part of the storm. And beyond that, it'll move near to Ahmedabad, through Bashina and off towards the northeast as a weakening system.
Is the storm currently intensifying? Because it looks stronger.
Yeah, it feels like it's intensifying right up to landfall, which is very disappointing. It's the last thing you want to see in a storm of this intensity.
Yeah, the eye looks to be clearing out a bit after the eye wall replacement cycle we had.
The strength of the cyclone appears along the bottom of the screen. That's our latest estimate. As of 30 minutes ago, we had it at 125,939. So the numbers at the bottom of the screen slightly outdated. We might be upgrading it in 30 minutes time, but we're waiting to see what the next frames show. I see someone asking about hailstones. Hailstones generally don't reach the ground in a tropical cyclone unless it goes up a mountain or something like that. You do get hailstones higher up in the core, but the only thing that encounters those are reconnaissance planes, and those only are flown by the National Hurricane Center at the moment.
And also, usually your tropical cyclone updraft isn't strong enough to keep to even make hailstones. Only in very strong updrafts and very strong turbulence you can have hailstones in tropical cyclones, and that's quite rare, even for recon supported storms.
Right. Projected storm surge is around 3 meters, or 10 foot. It might be slightly higher, maybe up to potentially 4 meters at the most at the northern end of the Gulf to the east of the storm, where a load of water is being pushed up that right now. And if it gets pushed up far enough, it'll exceed expectations. Landfall is, as you can see from the satellite imagery, imminent. the eye has begun to move across the coast, and the worst impacts are being felt now in the landfall area. In fact, based on the fact that there is some lag, I believe that Jafarabad is in the eye and probably has relatively calm conditions right now, albeit with a significant storm surge. Landfall should be happening within the next 60 to 90 minutes. Just scrolling up a little bit, the cyclone has improved so much without much of a change in pressure because it hasn't had enough time, really, for the winds and pressure to catch up with satellite appearance. Based on the last observations we had, the storm was around 9:39, although that was 2 hours ago. I mean,
And also we have the effects of surface friction, which is likely to decrease the winds a bit. The
that is
Sonia
also
land.
true. As the storm moves inland, the wind speeds will drop off because winds are lower over land than over water.
Yeah, and also now with the appearance still increasing, some part of the owl is already experiencing stronger friction, and that probably means we have a similar intensity storm, even if the appearance is still improving.
Right. However, the strongest winds are still over the sea at this time, and it might be reaching its peak around now.
We've just got a report of 69 miles per hour recorded in DU by IMD. So winds are picking up
Is
in
that
the
sustained or gusting?
just I'd say sustained
I would
because
assume that.
the eye wall looks to be moving ashore as well there. I'll be waiting for more reports soon as storm continues to move inland. Yes. But conditions are worsening at a rapid pace, and if you haven't found shelter, just go inside a large building like a flat or something, and just go in that building and stay as far indoors as you can and go on the higher floors, as the storm surge is also possible to come on land as the eye passes over.
So at this time, there's not really much more people in the path of this storm's landfall area can do. It's coming ashore. If you're anywhere in southern Gujarat, you're in tropical storm force winds. A lot of people will be experiencing hurricane conditions, and some unfortunate people will be experiencing major hurricane conditions, which is 115 miles per hour or more in kilometers per hour. That's 185 kilometers per hour or more. We right now have the peak wind speeds at 200 kilometers per hour. And that may have gone up slightly in the last hour. We'll have more information on that shortly. In terms of how far away would be safe, in terms of in Gujarat, you would be okay. Well, if you're south of Jamnagar, south of Thangad, south of Ahmedabad, you're in the path of this storm and nowhere safe. You should be in a safe place, and you should be avoiding low-lying areas to protect yourself from both flooding, storms, and storm surge. If you're close to the Pakistan border, near Naktarana or Lakpat, you should be relatively safe from the immediate effects of this storm. There might be impacts from flooding later on. While the winds and rain are leaving Mumbai finally after at least 12 hours of intense impacts, the flooding will continue for a long time. And when venturing out, you should be very careful of flooding. It only takes a couple of feet of water to sweep someone away, or even float a car. So, number one thing after the storm has gone past, don't drive into floodwaters. They kill more people than the winds, and very dangerous. Rajkot is going to get likely hurricane conditions, cyclone conditions. Same word, sorry, same meaning, different word. And obviously heavy rain. Should be safe from storm surge, being in the middle of the peninsula. We're expecting dangerous floods to occur in numerous places, and dangerous floods have already been observed along the southwest coast from the effects of this storm over the last few days as it's tracked along the coast of India. The worst flooding could still happen where the core of the storm goes, unfortunately. As of right now, it's moving roughly north with wind speeds of 200 kilometers per hour, a pressure of 939 millibars. We expect it to turn to the north-northeast and move slightly faster, currently moving at around 10 kilometers per hour. And as it turns to the northeast, it'll move pretty close to Ahmedabad, places near Pashina, Girwar, and then it'll probably move near Jaipur as a very weak system, almost dissipating, and have become remnants and absorbed by a larger system by the time it gets near New Delhi. But the worst impacts will be southwest of Pashina in the immediate landfall area, where there's the most intense rainfall and very strong winds and storm surge. For last minute preparations in the area of landfall, you should try to cover up glass windows. If you have something solid like plastic or wood, put that across the most vulnerable windows, all of them if you can. If you don't have plastic or wood, get cloth, just to try and catch the glass if it breaks. The most important thing is to keep all windows shut as best you can. If they break, obviously, they're not shut anymore. And you need to keep doors shut too. In 3 minutes' time, we will have our latest intensity estimate for you all. Until then, is there anyone who wishes to say anything?
Yeah, the Dvorak server team has gone with a CI of 6.0. So
the storm's been holding that appearance for a while.
Yeah.
For people who aren't aware what that means, that's using the Dvorak intensity estimation scale. And Dvorak of 6.0 is towards the upper end of the scale, which tops out at 8, and 6.0 corresponds to category 4. So we're running the numbers now, and we'll tell you what our estimate is for the next hour. Have we got any reports from social media?
So someone asks, what about houses with weak roofs, and if those are dangerous to stay inside? So, like with weak roofs, it's still the best to block like all ways in for the wind and such. That should give it a harder time for it to basically get a grip on the roof and rip it off. And it should also keep you safe for at least a long time. So, if possible, it could hold until the eye is over you and it's calm. But then best is to move to a sturdy building with good roof, strong outer walls, and if possible, it also has a place to go a bit higher up, so you're safe from waters if they start to rise again.
But yes, with weak roofs, there's not a lot you can do if you haven't been able to tie them down and bolt them on securely in advance. But how the storm will remove them is it will get inside the house somehow, blow a load of wind into the house, and increase the pressure in the house. Obviously, the wind outside the storm is pushing air away from the house, and the pressure is lower inside the storm in general. The pressure difference causes the roof to quite literally explode upwards off the house, and then without a roof, it's a lot easier to blow the walls down, and that's how houses are destroyed by strong winds. If your roof goes, it's a matter of whether the walls are coming down or whether it's best to stay in place. If you feel like your house is in danger of losing its roof, you should get to an interior room if possible. Get into something strong like a bathtub. Put cushions and mattresses on top of yourself and anyone who's with you. But you should, if possible, you should be wearing any protective gear you have, say a motorcycle helmet or even a bicycle helmet. You should have sturdy shoes on so that you can move around after the storm without cutting yourselves. And yeah, to keep yourself in as far away from the walls as possible with something on top of you to protect you from debris in the event a window goes or the roof partially goes. I believe our host Nathan is back now.
Indeed.
Yep, he's back.
Welcome back.
So, I've been listening in to a lot of that as well, and that is the latest information and very important information regarding preparations for the storm. So if you've just joined us, this is our coverage on the landfall of Cyclone Tauktae, which is expected very shortly. Currently with winds of 125 miles per hour and a pressure of 939 millibars. Are the analysts team coming out with an update now, are they?
Yes. I can reveal that we have upgraded this storm to a Category 4.
Oh my.
With wind speeds of 130 miles per hour or 210 kilometers per hour and a pressure of 937 millibars.
So that's from us here, 130 miles per hour, a pressure of 937. Category 4 status regained. Our graphics will reflect that soon. If I get some spare time whilst I'm also on the air, because I pretty much do everything related to the streaming operation right now. The automated stream, that needs to be updated of course as well, which is running in tandem with our live commentary. But when do we think landfall's going to occur now? Have we taken a closer look at that again?
Landfall will be happening within the next hour.
That's getting very close.
Yes.
As always, if you've got any comments or questions, let us know. This is a severe situation, a Category 4 storm that's about to make landfall on the coast of Gujarat in India. So we're just waiting really for that inevitability, that now that it has intensified, that it will make landfall very shortly. And surely it can't intensify any more, Kay, can it?
It hasn't
Pretty
got the
much
time
it
to
has
go any
stopped.
further.
Yeah, pretty much this is the seeding estimate right now, and we won't get it up further because it is making landfall right now.
Yeah.
So this is the secondary peak of the storm. It might be adjusted slightly in post-analysis, but not by much.
Secondary peak, but I don't know, maybe it's the primary peak.
Well, secondary in terms of it was the second time it peaked. We'll have to review it all in depth to see how it relates to the first peak.
So just confirmation on your screen now that Tauktae is a Category 4 with winds of 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 937 millibars. And we still have cyclone warnings, of course, for the obvious areas. What was it that made you make that decision, if anything?
The appearance has held for how long now? 3 hours. Has held at a 6.0 Dvorak, which corresponds to 115 knots. We didn't upgrade to 115 last hour because we had pressure estimates from surface stations that supported holding it at 110. But given the eyes continued to warm, continued to circularize, the appearance overall has improved. Even more since then, we felt that it's done enough to certify the upgrade.
Joey, you're showing us some imagery right now. Video.
Yeah, this is from a hotel in DU, which is where very severe impacts from the storm are being made. You can see just how severe it looks outside. Although this is from inside of a building, if you look out the windows, you can see how damaging this system looks, and this will continue for quite a while in these areas, and it will only get worse from here.
And a nighttime landfall as well.
Yeah, makes it worse.
As you can see, the wind is trying to gain basically dominance inside of the building as the doors are ripped open at the moment at that hotel, and it could only worsen the effects of damage in the building.
Yeah.
So this filmer should really be heading to safety now, as he's literally risking his life now.
Yeah, so unfortunately, they've lost the battle against the storm in the first stage, which is you keep all windows and doors shut. Once the door is open, you will almost never be able to get it shut again without, a very large number of people pushing against it. Storms are very powerful. And once there's a door open, the wind can find its way into the house and practically tear it apart if the storm's strong enough and stays there for long enough.
On our estimates right now, 15 miles from the centre of the eye making landfall.
Some more saddening news is that with this upgrade to 115 miles per hour, 115 knots on 130 miles an hour, with the upgrade to Category 4, we have regained CDPS 7 for this landfall, which is catastrophic.
Yeah.
Nathan, are you seeing this?
What are we looking at? Now you see that imagery. What's the timestamp on that? 10:07.
10:07 Indian Standard Time.
So UTC, that's 16:37. That's fascinating to see that, you know, on that imagery, half the eye
within SATs.
is over land. Kay, your thoughts?
Well, it's very clear the eye is almost over shore. I wouldn't put it more than a dozen miles off land, which is about 15 kilometers at best. But it's hard to tell whether the eye has moved ashore or not because of where the satellite is. It would make I think the storm should look farther north than it actually is relative to the satellite, which means it's probably slightly offshore still.
But then, why is the global imagery showing that and I think they're using Meteosat, I'm not sure, is showing that the eye is still quite clearly showing that the centre of the eye is 15 miles off and only just the edge of it has moved over land? Wouldn't they be in a similar position?
Are they from the same time?
There is only just over 15 minutes in it.
Which one's farther ahead?
The INSAT satellite is the one ahead.
There might also be a slight difference in where the coastline overline has been placed.
I never thought of that.
Jafarabad along the coast has just entered the eye of the storm now.
That's not a surprise at all.
So it's probably very calm right now in that city.
We're going to try and establish what the deal really is regarding those satellites over the next few minutes as we go to a break, and then we'll be back to see whether we can call anything, or if not, it will be very close to calling a landfall for this storm. This is a Category 4 now, according to our analysis team. Almost failed to say it just then. The eye is continuing to warm. You can quite clearly see that on the imagery. The cloud top's still escalating as well. We'll be back soon. Don't go away. We will probably have landfall within the next hour. Live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. Tropical Cyclone Tauktae is about to make landfall on the coast of Gujarat in India. This late evening, the storm is currently located approximately 15 miles offshore and will probably make landfall within the next hour. Just had to stop a minute there whilst I updated the automated stream that we're also running, which when we're not doing commentary also shows everything else that's going on in the wide world of tropics. But of course this is the main feature. This is now a Category 4 storm, confirmed by our analysis team in the last 20 minutes. A pressure of 937 millibars. This storm intensifying right up until landfall. It's certainly more than a cause for concern. It's going to be a major event. It probably already has been a major event with what's occurred in Mumbai with the flooding and the storm surge along the whole of the western coast of India. My name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined in this hour by Joey, Kay, Walter, Alex, Ethan, Kenneth and Mike. Good evening to all of you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Let's start again. I think we had a little personnel change there, did we, Kay?
Yes.
We're now looking at your imagery.
Right. So I believe this is the most recent satellite imagery we have. Shows the eye just off the coast. Waiting for the next frame to come in so we can see if it's there yet. By my best estimate, it'll probably make landfall between past, which would be the top of the hour, the top of the next hour in Indian time, or 15 minutes past the top of the hour.
Just hearing...
So that would be midnight? No, that would be 11 or 11:15 Indian time, if I'm getting my calculations correct.
Just hearing that Jafarabad 966 millibars recorded.
Ooh.
Let's see if we can get another late estimate on how far from land the storm is.
6 miles.
Sorry?
6 miles. I just calculated that.
6 miles. How did you come to that conclusion?
Just looking off of satellite imagery. My position estimate is from the center of the eye. That might not actually be the center, but it's probably around 6 miles.
Our estimate currently, extrapolating from older imagery, is probably around 11 miles off. Very close. And there's a longer range in terms of time satellite loop from K, and really showing off how the eye has popped out in the later frames.
Absolutely. What you can also see is the very intense convection to the south of the storm that's been moving through Mumbai and responsible for all the wind and rain there. And it looks like the story might not quite be over for Mumbai, because we got this one last burst here that should move through in the next hour or so.
Yeah, that's it. I've been watching that for a while. Mumbai, the rain may not fully stop until tomorrow morning.
Unfortunately, that seems to be the case, and that will just worsen the flooding that's already present.
Alright, let's go and take a look at Alex's screen and see what you've got for us. This is looking at EUMETSAT of the cyclone, and that satellite also showing that nearly half of the eye is over land. Alex?
Yeah, I'm keeping a close eye on your MedSet at the moment, and I've been looking at dust RGB filter, which shows all the small details basically of the storm, which on infrared and visible is barely visible. And this indicates that the eye is almost halfway over land now. And I'd say landfall should really be any minute now.
And what's the timestamp there?
This frame is still from 1630Z, so
wow.
still quite old, but it's definitely very close to land. If not, is going to make landfall any moment. Oh,
yeah.
It looks like it decided to. The stream decided to die.
Oh well.
Reshare it real quick. There it is. So, and you can also see very well how the eyewall replacement cycle played out. As we'll let this progress, you can see how the eye has become larger over time. Yes, there it is.
Loading up.
And yeah, landfall should really be any minute now as the eye is moving on shore. And it looks like Mumbai is still going to get pounded by even more heavy rainfall from convective bursts. And the eye was strengthened a bit, it looks like. So if you live in the area or are in the area of where the eye was on that now, keep your doors shut, as that will prevent the wind from gaining dominance over your building, and it won't be a losing game otherwise. This is a very dangerous situation.
I think my the satellite imagery I've been using to try and make my own estimates, I think it's just packed in. So let me try and look at just another reference point. Very close still.
Well, I've checked the time on the image I'm looking at right now, and this is 20 minutes ago.
Let's see, that's 20 minutes ago.
So I think it would be safe to say it's not crossed the coast just yet, but it's imminently doing so.
Yeah.
That is depicting the center of the storm's eye probably around 8 miles off. And at the last hour, I think it moved about 5 miles. It's really a guessing game because you know you can get 5 miles in 1 hour, then 20 miles in the next hour.
Quite literally, and back down to 9 the one after that.
The average is about 9. I expect a landfall after 1 hour.
So it still keeps getting postponed then?
Because somewhat there might have a slight slowdown for some systems. Often we will see this, that storms very near to landfall will slightly slow down.
Well, all we can really do is watch it as it happens at this stage. We know that it's coming up soon. Exactly when it's going to happen, we're not sure, but don't forget, landfall of the center of the storm's eye is really just symbolic more than anything. The worst of the impacts from the storm are already being felt in Gujarat. It's not as if the eye passes over and then the bad stuff happens. It's many hours before the passage of the eye. But if you have any comments or questions for us on the air here, we're very happy to take questions. And if you've got any observation data or just from your personal observations, as long as it's safe to do so, please send in your messages on the chat. You may help other people by doing that as well. Let's see where we've got right now. I don't believe there's any more questions that have come in recently. But just say again, Kay, your reasoning, the analyst's reasoning for the storm's upgrade for those who missed it.
The storm's appearance has held at a 6.0 on the Dvorak scale for the last 3 hours, which is indicative of a storm of intensity we have it at, which is 115 knots. 2 hours ago, surface observations supported the storm of 110 knots. But surface observations also indicated it was strengthening, as well as the incredible improvement in satellite appearance. Given these changes, we decided after 3 hours it would be appropriate to upgrade to match the satellite estimates. Generally, you wait 3 hours to account for the storm's winds lagging behind.
Very close. That's just about all we can say. I mean, if you're going to have a few words to sum up the last hour and this hour, it's so close to landfall. There's not much else we can say, and still intensifying.
Yeah, it's peaking because it's running out of water, and it's about to move over land, and it's bringing its worst impacts now. Might as well repeat what you should do if you are in the landfall area and haven't finished preparations. If you are able to, you should cover windows with wood or plastic or a similar hard material to help support the glass frames as they flex and hopefully prevent them from breaking. If you don't have wood or plastic or something similar, just put some cloth, preferably thick cloth, up to catch glass if it breaks, so you don't have flying glass inside the house, because that would not be helpful in any way, shape or form. Once you've protected the windows, you should keep the doors shut for as long as possible, preferably throughout the duration of the storm. If you're struggling to keep them shut, put something heavy in front of them to stop them blowing open. Although if they open outwards, that's not necessarily the easiest thing to do. Once your doors and windows are as secure as you can get them, move to the interior room, if you have one. Try and get into a strong structure like a bathtub or a wardrobe. Bring your mattresses with you, put mattresses on top of you, put cushions around you, make sure you're wearing sturdy boots or shoes, just not sandals, something that will allow you to walk around after the storm so you don't stab your foot with a nail or something. And try to put something on your head, like a helmet if you have one. Bike helmet will do. A motorcycle helmet is the best.
Now,
and stay there until these winds have died down to low levels, sort of 70 kilometers per hour. The backside is when you can start at least not hiding under a mattress. That's when you should be relatively safe to come out of there, but you shouldn't leave your house until the winds have almost stopped completely. And the most important thing to do is not to go outside during the eye, because it will get just as bad on the other side. If you go outside, you could hurt yourself, or a tree could fall over in the middle of the eye because it's been weakened and it's taking its time to fall over. It's still a very dangerous situation, even if the wind's calm.
Now, perhaps a little bit of irony here. If the storm somehow hasn't made landfall in an hour's time, Kay, we might be getting an ASCAP pass.
Oh. Although at this intensity, I'm not sure how much that would help necessarily.
But you'll be able to see the rotation and where the centre is.
I suppose that's true.
So it may be ASCAP that calls landfall, who knows? That's if it doesn't do it in the next hour.
Yes.
So, 130 mile per hour winds sustained, pressure of 937 millibars, 130 miles per hour. Rather shaky my kilometers per hour conversions. I know that 115 is 185. 130, I would imagine, is about 200, just maybe 200 exactly.
210.
210. 210 kilometers per hour sustained winds and higher gusts. That's quite worrisome for that area. I'm wondering, would this be Gujarat's strongest landfall?
Since we have reliable records, yes, it would. Beating out the 1998 Gujarat cyclone.
Blimey.
That's by our estimates, of course. The officials may have a different opinion.
Another satellite loop here. One commenter suggesting that, looking at satellite loops, that it's done a north-northwest jog.
I would agree with them. It went
Yeah.
east for a time around 5-6 hours ago, then it went due north, and now it's gone back to west of due north. At some point, it's going to start moving northeast permanently. Not yet.
Let's see what else we're looking at right now. Joey, you've got some more imagery there, some video.
Yeah, I need to find out where this actually was filmed
Wow.
because I don't know yet. But again, just showing the sheer power of this system as it draws nearer to landfall on the Gujarat coast. Heavy rainfall, as mentioned, very strong winds, as mentioned. I think this is an example of what not to do in situations like this. You should be protecting yourself and making sure that you are taking those precautions, staying inside of a sturdy building, and making sure that you are putting as many walls in front of you and the elements outside.
Yep, so that's another snapshot of where we assume, well, probably close to the centre of the storm there, and that imagery might have... how long ago was that, do we know?
It was posted on Twitter about 3 minutes ago.
Oh, so very recent, we think. But that really showed off the wind, didn't it?
Yeah, it did.
Let's now take a look at Walter's screen as well. You're also showing us what's going on satellite, another satellite view.
Yes, it is.
You look at the India satellite there. That would suggest that it's made landfall, but our team are thinking not yet.
Yes,
I have
because
the latest frame from Metsat.
Oh, I was waiting for that one as well. Let's have a look.
This is as of 20 minutes ago. It hasn't actually moved that much from the previous frame.
Can we compare? A little bit.
It's basically gone northwest.
Is that in an hour?
That's in 15 minutes.
Oh, 15-minute interval.
Yes.
That's not so
This
bad.
website updates 4 times an hour.
So the way that's going, landfall is probably going to be in about...
Half an hour.
Yeah, we don't want to really commit ourselves because we know just what this storm's up to. It's being very unpredictable.
It's trying to stay offshore for as long as possible. keeps slowing down as it's going around the edge of this ridge.
That's literally what it is, isn't it?
Yeah. So there's a big ridge over here, over the Bay of Bengal, and that's what's steering this storm. But at the point it is, it's farthest away from the ridge, and it has the least amount of influence from it.
Yep.
So local changes in flow have a much greater impact on it than when it was down here and moving pretty much in a straight line. So that's why it's wobbling from side to side and going slower.
I would call this teetering, I think.
Once it gets farther inland, it should accelerate again as it gets back into the northern side of this high pressure. But right now it's in a weak flow and not going terribly fast in any particular direction.
Yes. Any of our other... anyone else want to just put in a few words there?
Nothing from me, but I think that landfall will happen any minute now.
And then let's hope it's a quick weakening phase. Kay, do you think there's... I don't want to... I sort of don't want to mention it, but could it stall right now? Or move very slowly and not weaken very quickly?
It could move very slowly and not weaken very much for an hour or two. But after sitting over these shallow waters for a couple of hours so close to the coast, it's going to start having impacts no matter what. Really, it's on a time limit. It can just extend it by a bit if it goes slowly.
So at this point, we are waiting for any confirmation that might emerge of the storm making landfall. It is in the process of doing it right now. But we're not yet able to say in the past tense that it has made landfall.
Something that I've been told from discussion in our Discord server is that there's a lot of damage occurring to internet and mobile connection in the area, which means we might not get a lot of information out in the next few hours.
To be expected, though.
It is, unfortunately.
What time are we on now? We're coming up to 11 p.m. in India, of course, and we're still waiting on that landfall. That Kay, I was getting on board with what you were saying yesterday. I think it was when we were thinking it could have been making landfall 3 or 4 hours ago.
Yeah, it's definitely slowed down more than expected.
And what is the diameter of the eye? That's the question there as well.
I can pause this imagery.
I'm measuring right now. The eye diameter is roughly
70 kilometers. I don't know what that becomes in miles.
if you just
45
count
miles.
for clear, if you just count for cleared eye, that will be 40 kilometers. 40 kilometers. Just account for the only cleared parts.
I'm going between the edges of the -40s.
Yeah. And still you've got those cloud tops. Are they sustaining?
If you zoom in, there are a couple of spots where it's -80 plus.
Wow.
and they are sustaining through the western half of the system. There's a bit of shear from the east, which is why it's not quite as impressive on the eastern and southeastern side.
Yeah.
That also makes it more impressive that the convection is stronger over land than over water.
It's so slow.
Yeah, it's really slowed down just before landfall to make it more suspenseful, I suppose.
Oh, we hate
Oh,
that.
we have the latest frame on this imagery now.
Ah, now.
And this is of 25 minutes ago. I get my circle tool. How does it work? Okay, the middle comes from there.
Yes.
No.
Oh, you've done that. I know what you've done.
There we go, it's gone now. Oh. It didn't want to draw a circle.
What are we doing? Why are we drawing a circle?
To tell where the center of the eye is. So, and then inside of that, draw a second circle from the middle to the coast. That's no more than 10 kilometers offshore as of 25 minutes ago.
25 minutes ago.
So it's probably a lot less than that.
Yeah.
It's probably making landfall right now, probably.
Could we make an extrapolation, K, on where it was in the previous frame and how far it moved?
We certainly could, yes. Previous frame. Draw a circle. Here. And a circle in the middle of that. It's moved 16 kilometers.
Okay, and what's the time? That's an hour.
And it was about 10 kilometers offshore.
Wow.
So it should be making landfall in the next 15 minutes.
Just run those numbers by me
nothing else
again.
Changes. Sorry?
Just run those numbers by me again.
It's moved 16 kilometers in the last hour, and it was about 10 kilometers offshore as of 30 minutes ago.
30 minutes ago. Wow. So if the extrapolation is true, which it may not be, we're talking literally a matter of minutes.
Yes. Certainly within the next half an hour.
I've just got an image that came out as well. See if I can do some of my own calculations on that. Wow. I think we're on the verge of calling landfall here.
Would it be worth to go over the projected impacts for places outside the immediate landfall?
Absolutely.
Does anyone have specific numbers?
With regards what exactly?
Well, I suppose the most significant impact would be rainfall.
I don't know, there's wind and storm surge.
Do we have storm surge expectations for Ahmedabad?
Wouldn't that be quite far inland? How far inland is it? Just checking the storm surge graphic now.
Oh, that should be safe from surge.
Yeah.
Bavanga would be getting some significant surge on the eastern side of it. What are we expecting for there?
There's actually an update from the IMD. They're now expecting 4 meters north of there.
Oh, that's an upgrade.
Yes.
Which we feared might happen.
So that's a
4
4-meter storm
meters.
surge.
That's 13 feet.
That's pretty high.
That's high.
Yeah, that's getting towards the levels that Laura produced in Louisiana last year.
That's remarkable. At this point, I think we're ready to make the call. We are now saying that Tauktae has made landfall on the coast of Gujarat with winds of 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 937 millibars, pretty much directly over Jafarabad, which will be in the center of the eye right now. That's a call that we've just made here.
Wow.
Nathan, do you mind switching the live stream to mine?
Yep.
I've got a imagery.
We've put the landfall time down at 11 p.m. Indian Standard Time for what appears to be the landfall.
And that would also place Mahuva in the directly onshore eye wall and the second highest storm surge total for this event. You'll get a maximum where the eye wall is coming ashore, and then you'll get a secondary maximum at the top of the Gulf Kambat, where the water is funneled in from this larger area into a narrower area. Obviously, the same volume in a smaller space, it will only go upwards.
Absolutely. So that is the breaking news that Cyclone Tauktae has made landfall as a 130 mile an hour Category 4. It will produce potentially a 4-meter storm surge up that gulf that Kay was just talking about, the Gulf of Kambat, and basically anywhere north of Bhavnagar, or is it Bhavnagar, is going to get serious storm surge impacts.
And everywhere along the Gulf, places like Surat, and potentially even parts of Vadodara also get significant surge. You can see some of the names. Any of these names along the coast could see 2, 3, 4 meters of storm surge, potentially in isolated areas approaching 5 meters. And obviously, all these names here are going to see cyclone conditions, potentially major cyclone conditions, major hurricane equivalents of 185 kilometers per hour or higher, with gusts above that. And in the immediate landfall area near Mahuva, we're expecting that they are currently experiencing sustained winds around 210 kilometers per hour with higher gusts. And those should continue through Bagdana, Jessar, Palitana, and Garidiyadha, I think that is, before the storm begins to weaken after moving inland, and the winds should hopefully have dropped below 200 kilometers per hour, sustained within the next hour or two. However, there might be gusts above that for some time after.
So a serious situation definitely underway now with extremely strong winds and the rainfall totals, which are probably underestimated as well.
And even with those potentially low totals, we still hit a stage 7 for impacts.
Stage 7.
7 out of 10.
That is pretty serious. Trying to think what other stage 7s there were, but for this part of the world as well, particularly vulnerable areas. You know, geographically speaking. Any of our other team here, would you like to bring forward any thoughts about the landfall that we've just declared here?
Nothing much from me. I'm just waiting for the IMD to also call landfall. They haven't yet, but I imagine they will do so pretty dang shortly.
We're just waiting on IMD to call it, but it's definitely safe to say Jafarabad has definitely received landfall from this extremely dangerous cyclonic storm.
So again, 4 meters of storm surge possible on the eastern side. We've already seen what smaller amounts of storm surge have done in the Mumbai area with what looked like severe flooding. Probably a lot of that due to rainfall as well. And that last burst of rainfall moving through Mumbai in the next few hours by the looks of things. This is a storm that will be remembered for a long time for those areas involved. The strongest landfall that we're probably aware of. Have to go into the depths of history. I mean, I personally am a bit of a historian. I've done a lot of Western Pacific reanalysis, a little bit in the Indian Ocean, but haven't come across a storm like this in the western part of the country yet. So a very severe landfall, and of course, given how things are at the moment, potentially more hurdles for people who are in the risk areas. You can continue to send in questions. Start your message with Force 13 all in text. It will light up for us. And you can also, if you've got any observations, whether you've seen them personally or whether it's second-hand information, we'll do our best to verify those. Just send them along, as long as it's safe to do so. The winds in Mumbai will probably be dying down now, but the rainfall will continue a little bit longer. A question: what's the current situation of Ambreli district of Gujarat? Please tell. I was just looking at where that... I did see it earlier, and I can't quite remember where it was. I think it's near the storm. Yes, it's the area that is getting impacted right now, the landfall zone. So the southern part of the district is going to need some help recovering, let's just say. The northern part might get some significant flooding issues and hurricane force winds. How strong will the impact be on Ahmedabad? We saw earlier this evening heavy rain falling there already, with the storm still quite far away, so we're pretty concerned of rainfall totals there and in the whole of the region. So that's something that we're looking at. Flooding is going to be the biggest potential in that area. How often is India impacted by major hurricanes? Well, at the minute it's quite often. Last year, Amphan affected the eastern part of India, Category 2 landfall. In 2019, Cyclone Fani was in the area as well. And going back further than that, it's been a little while since the last big one. Would have been Phelan, I think, in 2013, which we also covered, or at least I did personally, with storm updates on the channel. And that was a Category 5 in the Bay of Bengal. Some more comments. Dew has winds of 80 miles per hour and gusts of 120 apparently. And again, on the CDPS scale, this is a stage 7, which is very serious, catastrophic damage potential, especially if the rainfall again has been underestimated. So a few more questions there. I'm going to try and get some answers in just a minute whilst I try and get some resources up. Ahmedabad there was a follow-up question, the time frame when it will be maximally affected. We will be looking at, let me just try and get up here, well, let's just default back to the JTWC graphic. That will show you the forecast track. I'm not sure if this is fully up to date though. Let's try now. Yes, there it is. So Ahmedabad is just up there. I'm trying to find exactly where. I know it's to the north of the Gulf. Yes, not too far. So you can see there the tropical storm icon is just west of there. That's in that's in 18 hours from now, so we're looking at that being the afternoon into the evening local time. So I would say afternoon, early afternoon will probably be the worst time for Ahmedabad, but rainfall could continue into the night tomorrow as well. Let's go back to Walter's screen right now if you're ready for us.
Yes, I've got some pictures regarding the storm.
Yeah. So a fallen tree there.
Yeah, and also fallen trees all over the place. There's also a video which we can see some residents having to clear out the mess after a tree came down. Yeah, I think this is in Mumbai, so
they've got a long job ahead of them.
Yeah, the conditions were not as bad as the landfalling position, but you can see rainfalls and fallen trees all over the place.
So that's Mumbai as well.
There's also it's a bit dark, but
yeah, you can say that again.
But if you can hear the sound of it, the winds are really frightening.
There's some very strong winds there in Mumbai, which someone in the chat asked, when will the strong winds stop for Mumbai? So thank you for bringing up that video, for showing that they're still ongoing.
It will be soon, by morning, I would think.
That's all I have. for
Yeah.
social media. I've also got some
Oh,
satellite images.
more satellite here. Wobbling about a bit there.
Yeah, I don't know why is
What's
it
going
wobbling
on?
around. I
That
think it's
is
the
strange. Alright, the storm isn't doing that, everyone. It really isn't.
It really isn't. It was just the satellites images are not aligned with each other. That's just the problem between satellites. It's not really wobbling. It really isn't.
But it wasn't like that before. Is that just that satellite format? Is there a better one?
Actually, I don't.
Well, there's that. There's that one, obviously, Meteosat 8.
Yeah.
And just a reminder that we have declared landfall on this storm. We declared landfall at 11 p.m. Indian time. The storm making landfall with winds of 130 miles per hour sustained. It's 210 kilometers per hour and a pressure of 937 millibars. We will be finishing coverage at 12 a.m. midnight Indian time. We'll be back with a live tropical weather bulletin at 5:30 a.m. covering the whole world of tropics, but of course this storm will feature pretty highly. In fact, almost exclusively, really. So you'll want to be there for that as well. And we have our automated stream that will be running through the night and beyond into tomorrow, which is often updated with the latest imagery. But more analysis and discussion here for the next 45 minutes. Send your messages in. Could this storm cross India and eventually arrive in the Bay of Bengal?
No.
No?
No, it will already long be dissipated.
Will any of its remnant energy have an impact onto that other system that's being forecasted?
I don't think so.
Also
Okay, well, that's
unlikely.
that.
See a question in the chat. Someone asked, has there ever been a Cat 5 landfall in the North Indian Ocean? And we were just talking about Amphan from last year, just a couple minutes ago. That was a Cat 5 landfall in the North Indian Ocean.
No, it wasn't. It was a Cat 5 at peak.
Oh, Cat 5 at peak.
Yeah,
My
Cat 2
mistake.
landfall.
It weakened substantially.
Okay, my mistake.
I'm trying to think of Cat 5
I don't
landfalls.
know.
There has been. Cyclone Gay didn't it?
Yes.
1999, of course. That was a Category 5.
Yep, 5B. Almost had 2 that year.
Oh, gosh.
So someone asks which model is more reliable for the North Indian Ocean in the coming period, HWRF-B or the ECM? Well, for tropical cyclones, I recommend to keep a close eye on the HWRF, as it basically nailed the storm's track and intensity, and has done for many others before. Just keep in mind that it sometimes overdoes the storm and looks worse than it will actually be. And ECMWF is highly recommended if you want to look at the synoptic factors in the area, which could be suggestive of development in the future. ECM determined the track of the system, for example, with high pressure system.
So, news will be slow to arrive as it trickles through regarding this storm. We're hearing that many communications are obviously going down. That would be expected in a storm like this. It could be days to reach some areas, especially some of these more remote locations near the landfall zone, and I'm sure there are quite a few, and in history, sometimes it has taken a long time to reach less accessible locations. A massive population involved, though. It could be as many as 10 million inside hurricane force conditions from this storm, and up to potentially 50 million in the 50 knot wind zone, which is generally regarded as destructive. That's the wind speed when accidents can really start to happen. Let's take a look at some more imagery here. Let's go over to Walter again, actually, and take a look there. That's the unenhanced infrared. Now that clearly shows the storm inland, but that is again the inset 3DR, and that might have a little bias, but it's very safe to say landfall at this point. We called it 20 minutes ago.
Yes, indeed it is.
I think it actually moved a little faster again when it was doing that.
No, I mean the image is wobbling. Like the satellite images are wobbling. I don't understand.
I know that, but independent of that, I'm just looking at my own sources, and I think it moved a bit faster as it was making landfall.
Yeah, maybe. I'm just comparing with the earlier times. And yeah, you can see the eye is clearly inside inland right now. So an indication of a landfall.
Well, for the next 25 minutes or so, I'm really going to open this up to to the floor, to the team, if you want to make any comments regarding how we've been following this storm over the last few days, what we're expecting and seeing on the ground right now, and what people should do who are still ahead of the storm that could receive significant rainfall impacts. There was also another question that just came in there regarding the HWRF-P indicating a storm in the Andaman Sea around the 20th of May. ECMWF and GFS both saying the 24th. And do we think the HWRF is wrong? Well, it could be the case that all of them are wrong, but increasing model support for that Bay of Bengal system looking more likely. Again, this is the latest satellite imagery of the storm reaching land. We called landfall, this imagery is a little bit out of date now, we called landfall at 11 p.m. Indian time.
Someone in the chat asked, how much of a disturbance will Tauktae cause to the usual monsoon season? Will it cause any delay, or will it be less rainfall or more rainfall for them this season?
Whilst we're just waiting on that, Walter, you're looking at some, what would we call that, a pollution issue there, with regards to the storm.
I just stumbled upon this tweet. It was actually quite meaningful because you know, India has a lot of people, and those people create pollution, like garbages, and they throw it into the outer sea. But when this cyclone comes, it brings along the garbages back, and they all washed away. Then they're all washed onto the coast, and that's when this picture come in.
Yeah, I heard about that story. I don't know how widespread that is, but I heard about that earlier on.
So it may sometimes we may have to reflect on what we did to the environment and what the environment has come back to us.
All right, well, what we're going to do now, we're going to take another break here for a little while, and then we will be back probably with a summarization of what's been going on with this big storm event. It will continue, of course, and there's a lot going on that will be still ahead of us with massive rainfall amounts expected inland. We'll be back in a few minutes to discuss more regarding the storm and still what's to come ahead of us. Our live coverage will continue in a moment. You're watching Force 13's live streaming service. So at 11 p.m. Indian time, this storm, Cyclone Tauktae, made landfall on the coast of Gujarat, right over, by the looks of things, right over Jafarabad, which is located pretty much underneath the eye right now. This imagery a little bit out of date. We called the landfall at 11 p.m. It's just after 11:30. We're going to take you through to the end of this hour Indian time, and then we're going to be going off the air. We do also have our automated stream that's running at all hours, and that will show you the storm in real time on there as well. So that's somewhere that you can go after we finish up in 30 minutes time. But in the meantime, send in your questions about this storm if you have any. We'll try to keep on top of everything that's going on right now. There's probably not going to be that much news that comes out really for this period now, because we're getting into the late hours of the night, and also connections and communications lines are probably going to be going down en masse near the landfall zone. It made landfall with winds of 130 miles per hour. That's 210 kilometers per hour, and a pressure of 937 millibars. It is probably the strongest storm to make landfall on the western coast of India. Certainly in any times that you could call modern. So let's now take a look at, my name is Nathan Foy. I'm joined by Joey, Jonesy, Ethan, Kenneth, and Mike. And we're going to go to Jonesy's screen first to take another look at the infrared imagery on that storm. And still loading up another image there. So that is quite clearly showing the storm having made landfall, although we're still a little bit we have reservations about how accurate the imagery is. Bit of a north bias. But we'll take some questions. Did the eye-wall replacement cycle stop Tauktae reaching 150 miles per hour?
That is indeed. That our replacement cycle halted its rapid intensification trend and temporarily weakening it to Category 3 earlier today. But as it finishes its replacement cycle at around 11 UTC, its intensity started to ramp up again, as you can see. Its eye has been clearing out. The CDO is becoming more symmetrical, and brow analysis is all the way up to 130 miles per hour, yes, and it maintained until landfall right now. It's because it's still just beginning of the landfall. Yeah, it's made landfall not long ago, so its structure still didn't deteriorating fast. Still, the eye temperature is still having plus 9 degrees Celsius, but soon as it's move more inland, the structure will deteriorate very fast.
Indeed, it's been a remarkable journey that this storm has gone on, and the effects still being felt in Mumbai right now by the looks of things. I think.
And I have a better satellite image coming up.
I think a lot of
Here
people.
as
Oh.
there's more satellite images I'm posting here from a polar satellite this time, which show how stunning it is.
Okay, let's just have a little look at this.
Yeah, this is from METOP B, polar satellites. For polar satellites, you expect that it can show the pixels of way more detailedly than geostationary. You can see the very high resolution, the temperature of the eye. You can see a tiny spot of warm medium gray spectrum, which means the eye temperature has reached 9 degrees Celsius or higher. Well, probably right now may have reached 10 something degrees Celsius at some tiny point that geostationary unable to be resolved.
Yes.
Yeah, and you can see that well deserved for a Dvorak T6, and yeah, we do confirm our 130 miles per hour estimate. This structure did hold for around 3 hours, and I think it's a pretty good call we made.
There is quite a lot to dissect regarding the progress of this storm and how the whole thing's been covered from all the other different agencies, as well as how we did our coverage. But obviously the nightmare is just beginning for many in Gujarat right now, because you see the latest images, the storm making landfall there with the red ring, 130-mile-an-hour winds sustained. And to the east of the landfall zone, basically anywhere in the Gulf of Kambat, north of Bhavnagar, anywhere north of there is probably in for at least 4 meters of storm surge. And Kay was alluding to a little bit earlier that some areas may be creeping towards 5. Anywhere east of the storm landfall zone, between the landfall and Bhavnagar, will probably see 2 to 3 meters of storm surge. And you've also got the rainfall factor on top of that, which could be underestimated. Models were suggesting that it would be on the order of about 275 millimeters of rain. But as we've seen in Mumbai, although it does have a reason to it because of the changes in the storm structure, led to the rainfall amounts being much higher in Mumbai than expected. But still, we could see much higher than that in the areas that the storm is now tracking over. And not just that, but the expected rainfall could extend far inland as well, beyond Delhi even, and towards the Himalayan mountains, which the large areas of western India inland could receive 100 millimeters of rain.
So the most recent HWRF wind and rain swath, the same one that was just used by Ami in our landfall update on Tauktae. I saw parts of the coast here where it is currently affecting and has made landfall, being upwards of 16 inches of rain, which is around 400 millimeters.
400 millimeters, yeah. I still think that might be a little low, considering what we've seen so far. I don't know, but we're certainly looking for significant rainfall and probable flooding in many areas. If you've got any more questions for us, we are here for another 20 minutes, and you can also, if you've got any observations on the ground, whether you're involved with that directly or not, then you can send us a comment. As long as it's safe to do so. We wouldn't want you getting into an unsafe situation by messaging us on the stream, whichever form that takes itself. Ethan, any comments on what you've seen in the last hour?
Nothing much from me here. I know that the storm is going to weaken as it moves inland. Just kind of looking at some of the model runs for the Bay of Bengal system. Looks to be quite a significant tropical cyclone possible there.
So here we go again. When does the initiation on that?
Just over 5 days from now.
Oh god, so soon.
It really is shocking that they're already gonna have another system already. And they just had one too, and the India just had one right now, actually. And they might have another one coming up.
Well, I think that system will be over Myanmar, though.
Yes. But I have seen some hints that we're not really sure on where that system's going to go, but general model consensus is it's going to form, though.
Yeah, it's interesting times. And May and June, usually in the Indian Ocean, is when things get going. The first natural peak of the year, and the second one tends to come October, November. Joey, we're looking at your screen now, showing the rain rate infrared.
Yeah, so this basically shows infrared rain rates over the areas right now, and you can see these heavy bands of rain moving in, which are going to bring that significant flooding. I've marked out sort of storm surge areas here, but that's not really what we're focusing on right now. This here is what we mentioned earlier, which was the heavy rain that was still expected to impact Mumbai, which will bring even more flooding than that has already been presented due to the heavy rainfall. So it's definitely not over yet for some areas, which may be a distance away from the center of the storm.
Now, on the satellite-derived rain estimates there's one form of it that we're looking at, tends to underestimate the rain rates, especially in big storms like this. But from my indications right now, it's showing significant amounts of rain all around the eye, as you would expect. 30 to 40 southwestern quadrant, maybe 50 millimeters per hour, and those again are probably conservative. Interestingly, to the northeast, east of Ahmedabad, there is also a massive cloud that's producing some significant rain there as well, at least on the satellite derived rain rates. We're also joined by Christian at this point. Good evening.
Good evening.
Now, how closely have you been watching this storm as it's been coming up to its landfall as well?
I was actually at work, and as soon as I got home, I heard that it had made landfall, and I was just like, "Oh dear." So, so I haven't been as active as I'd liked, but yeah.
Category 4 landfall, was that something that you thought could have been possible or likely before it occurred?
I mean, I was expecting it to be Category 4, which it has done. But as far as I'd heard, apparently this cyclone had weakened overnight, which
yes, it did a bit.
and then it went down. Well, it went down to 3, didn't it?
Yeah,
and then
that was the eyewall
now it's gone
replacement
back up.
cycle that one of the commenters said, it prevented this storm from reaching 150 miles per hour, and it did.
It did, absolutely, yeah. And I mean, there was even some internal debate whether it would strengthen even further than it has done, which it hasn't. Obviously, it's But yeah, I mean, I'm just thinking about all of the people in the path of this storm who hopefully have I can't even speak now. They've made preparations and are prepared for what this storm is going to bring to them.
And sometimes one has to prepare for every eventuality, and that's probably going to be the manner of things as in the landfall zone. It's going to be catastrophic in some areas with those
Absolutely.
winds reaching extremely dangerous proportions, gusts of over 210 kilometers per hour, a storm surge that could exceed 2 meters at the landfall zone and higher to the east, and also the extremely heavy rainfall. A question there, what is the gale force wind field? As of the latest JTWC update,
I'm gonna have to interrupt you, Nathan.
Go ahead.
As of 3 minutes ago, the India Meteorological Department has indeed called landfall for Tauktae.
That took a while.
Yeah, that took them a while.
Late.
But yeah, I mean, I do just want to say again, CDPS 7, which is absolutely catastrophic, and people should have prepared for the worst case scenario, really.
So the wind fields, according to the JTWC right now, and this is pretty much for landfall, northeastern quadrant 155 nautical miles, southeast 145, southwest 130, northwest 140. In kilometers, I'll do my best to do double conversions here because I know nautical miles to miles and I know miles to kilometers, but I don't know nautical miles to kilometers. So 34 knot winds, that's gale force in the northeast quadrant. That is approximately, nope, I've already lost it, somewhere near 300 kilometers. The southeast quadrant will be towards 270, 280 kilometers. The southwestern quadrant will be around 240 kilometers, and the northwest quadrant around 260 kilometers. So that's the extent of the gale force winds. The hurricane force winds extending out in most directions, generally around 40 to 45 nautical miles. That's 80 to 90 kilometers.
Yeah, I've got here 1 nautical mile is about 1.85 kilometers, if that helps.
That's another one I'm going to have to try and learn.
1.852. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
So if I can't actually do it on this screen, but if I was to draw a line from the landfall zone to the northeast to about 165 miles, you're looking at places like Vadodara that is probably going to be experiencing tropical storm force conditions any time now, if they aren't already, and Ahmedabad in the next few hours, I would say, before dawn. We've also had a comment from Asim Bhartia, if I pronounced that correctly. Apologies if not. Thanking us for keeping everyone informed. We do our best here. We've been doing it for a while, long enough now, I think, covering cyclones around the world. This is our 10th year of broadcasting and producing videos for tropical cyclones, and we've been getting better at it every year, and the quality always increases, and that's in part thanks to everyone's support, and it couldn't be done without all of the elements of people helping out in various ways, and our team right here. It's, I mean, you know, it's what makes our coverage one of the best out there, and hopefully informative to the maximum, and a useful tool. That's our plan, at least. But we are finishing up shortly. Please send in your late messages here, and we can answer questions and take comments. But the main story, and we just had the confirmation from the India Meteorological Department a few moments ago that the storm has made landfall. We called landfall at 11 p.m. Indian time, with winds of 130 miles per hour and a pressure of 937 millibars. Very strong. Any comment from the team right now?
I still have the rapid infrared satellite up on my stream. There's been some wobbling, but not like the drastic ones that we were seeing earlier in the stream. They're
Nope, we've lost your signal there.
somewhat more lining up now as they have been for the past 5. It was probably wobbling.
As also can be seen that the eye has been shrinking. I started shrinking due to due to land interaction. The eye has been cooled down, shrink, and become a bit more ragged, and pretty much that show that the rapid weakening after landfall has begun.
Will New Delhi be affected badly from this system? We're talking rainfall there. It could reach 100 millimeters. It depends on exactly the storm's track and just where the rain falls. But there's the potential for 100 millimeters. Wind will not be an issue in New Delhi. And another question there about how much impact will Ahmedabad have. Again, from what we saw earlier, there was already heavy rainfall in the area that was being captured on recordings. So it's looking like it's going to be a big rain event there because that's just the beginning of the storm. I'm not holding out much hope for that area if they're already getting heavy rain like that. I don't know how bad it actually was, but if that's the edge of the storm, then the center of it will have a ton more rain for you there. Winds as well will probably be in the tropical storm range, possibly moderate tropical storm. Any chance for rains in Karachi, Pakistan? Well, that was something we were watching out for in the early stages of this storm because models were taking it anywhere really from Arabia to Pakistan. I think even one model run had it very close to an Iranian landfall. But for Karachi as it is now, we're probably looking at no winds really and about 1 or 2 millimeters of rain, so not very much at all.
Yeah, it's over 600 kilometers right now from Tauktae, from Karachi. So probably somebody's cutting off. And okay, let me continue. Karachi probably will be suffering pretty much in these days. They're suffering from very hot weather due to the subsidence air outside the system, because you know that in the system it is convergence, but outside system with convergence there must be divergence, and pretty much Karachi is suffering the subsidence hot cloudless environment, which turned out to be pretty much a little impact.
Swabimam Baral says, and thank you very much for your support as well, that we need to launch our own weather app. Hey, that would be good. You know, that's probably our next step, isn't it? But I'm not sure how soon that will be. We're always looking forward, though. Our coverage is where we do best at the current time, and any way to make things more accessible and easier for people who are in the paths of these storms, as we do the world over. We're trying our best with that. In any case, we are coming just about to the end of our stream at this point. There's been so much to talk about with regards to this storm, even though we haven't had so much resources to look at. The satellite imagery, we don't have as many sources for that as we do in other basins. On the ground reports, there's been a little bit, and quite a few from the Twitter sphere, but unlike places like where in the US we get all kinds of reports and you get coordinated warnings that are always coming out for, the county level, whereas for this area it's been general graphics and updates about where the storm surge will be, and it's still going to be an extremely severe storm surge event. That's what I'm personally most concerned about over anything else. What's the chance of development of the disturbance in the Bay of Bengal? That's another question there. Well, nil at the moment, because we usually do our chances based on 5 days, but eventually those chances might start to creep up.
We're actually releasing a tropical weather outlook at the top of the hour, highlighting a 10% chance in the eastern Bay of Bengal.
No way.
There's also 2 other 10%. There's also one east of the Philippines and one in the eastern East Pacific.
There is that one, yes, and they will all be covered in the tropical weather bulletin later tonight. We'll be doing a live tropical weather bulletin like we did yesterday at 5:30 a.m. Indian time, if you want to catch that in the morning. That is midnight UTC, which is our usual tropical weather bulletin time, and there we will mainly discuss this storm again, but also everything else that's going on around the world. That's it for our coverage now, though. Cyclone Tauktae has made landfall as a powerful Category 4 storm with winds of 130 miles per hour, a pressure of 937 millibars, and could deliver a storm surge of 4 or 5 meters up the Kamhat Gulf north of Bhavnagar. So that is a major area of concern as we look forward to the rest of the overnight hours, and of course the area that's had the landfall, of course very strong winds in that area, 210 kilometers per hour or higher, with higher gusts. But that's it from us here for the time being. We will have many updates further on our social media platforms. You can find Force 13 on Facebook and Twitter, and you can also join our community Discord server, discord.gg/Force13, for real-time interaction with our team and with the community. We also have our automated stream. If you're watching Force 13 on the live link, youtube.com/Force13/live, this will revert to the automated stream when we finish up, and that has the latest images and graphics of the storm that go along on an automated loop, but that's still quite useful at times. In any case, we certainly wish the best for everyone's safety as this storm causes, and we can't really understate the catastrophe that could be caused by this storm. We're just hoping that those damages are as mitigated as possible. Good night, and we hope to see you again soon in better circumstances.